Welcome to our Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for September 8th, 2015. And could you please stand for the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so this morning we start off with closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, personal matter conference with labor negotiator Barbara Oliver, interim assistant CAO, Human Resources and Risk Management, DSA, Sheriff's Management Unit, and Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association and Service Employees International Union, SEIU negotiations, human resources, and there was no action taken. So, do I have any announcements from the board? Anybody would like to say this morning? Okay. Okay, then we're going to move into recognition and acknowledgments. And Supervisor Kearney is going to offer a proclamation as for September as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. So I don't think there's anybody here. You should put down the front. Yeah.
This is a proclamation declaring September as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. Whereas the American Cancer Fund for Children and Kids Cancer Connection report cancer is the leading cause of death by disease among U.S. children between infancy and age 15. This tragic disease is detected in more than 15,000 of our country's young people each and every year. Whereas 1 in 5 of our nation's children loses his or her battle with cancer, many infants, children, and teens will suffer from long-term effects of comprehensive treatment, including secondary cancers. And whereas, founded over 20 years ago by Stephen Firestein, a member of the philanthropic Max Cosmetics family, the American Cancer Fund for Children Incorporated, and Kids Cancer Connection Incorporated are dedicated to helping these children and their families. And whereas the American Cancer Fund for Children and Kids Cancer Connection provide a variety of vital patient psychological services to children undergoing cancer treatment at Lucille Packard Children's Hospital at Stanford and Palo Alto, UCSF, Benioff Children's Hospital, as well as participating hospitals throughout the country, thereby enhancing the quality of life for these children and their families. And whereas the American Cancer Fund for Children and Kids Cancer Connection also sponsors Courageous Kid Recognition Award ceremonies, community get-well cards, and hospital celebrations in honor of a child's determination and bravery to fight the battle against childhood cancer. Therefore, be it proclaimed, the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors declares September as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in Calaveras County.
Okay, can I have a motion, please?
I so move. Second.
So we have a second, a motion by Supervisor Oliveira, second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
No public comments on this, please?
Was passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Calaveras, State of California, this 8th day of September 2015.
Thank you. And this was brought forward by Stephen Firestein, and so we'll make sure that they get the proclamation. All right, I have a proclamation that I'll be delivering. It's a proclamation declaring September as National Emergency Preparedness Month. And we have a good representation of our CERT team here. So Let's come forward.
There are very community service volunteers and for this emergency preparedness. And they've been training for the past couple of years now, right? So I'll read this. And I'm sorry Dennis couldn't be here for Cass. Because Dennis has business, Cass has business, so this is a proclamation declaring September as National Emergency Preparedness Month. Whereas the Department of Homeland Security has designated September as National Emergency Preparedness Month across America. And whereas National Emergency Preparedness Month is an opportunity to raise awareness about the importance of emergency preparedness and to encourage all Americans to better prepare their homes and communities for emergencies. And whereas National Emergency Preparedness Month is also an opportunity to pay tribute to America's first responders who put themselves at risk for the safety of their fellow citizens. These brave law enforcement officers, firefighters, and emergency service personnel exemplify the compassion and commitment that helps strengthen our country. And whereas in the event of a natural disaster, large-scale emergency, or terrorist attack, America's first line of defense is provided by first responders, including local law enforcement, firefighters, and emergency medical professionals who, when properly trained and equipped, have the greatest potential to save lives and limit casualties after disaster or terrorist attack. And whereas Calaveras County's hazardous analysis found natural hazards, technological hazards, and transportation hazards as events that could escalate into cascading events that can be mitigated through the implementation of risk reduction measures. And whereas since the first Calaveras County Emergency Response Team surge was established in West Point in October 2011, over 125 community members have completed training, played key roles in operating warm centers during a heavy freeze, conducted public education in hands-only CPR and emergency preparedness, assisted the Red Cross in emergency shelter operations, and conducted incident support and exercises that encourage preparedness and emergency volunteerism throughout the county. And whereas Calaveras County Office for Emergency Services encourages citizens to make plans with and for their family members as to where to take shelter should a cascading event become imminent, and to make plans as to where to meet should family members become separated. And whereas Calaveras County Office for Emergency Services risk assessments include events that could cause disruption of life-supporting services, citizens are encouraged to develop pseudo kits with supplies to support each family member and pet for a 72-hour period. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed September as National Emergency Preparedness Month, and encourage all citizens and organizations to take action to become prepared for any disaster or emergency. We had one just recently, not too long, a couple of years ago, the Rim Fire, and I think every one of you were on that, correct? So I don't think, other than law enforcement and the firefighters and emergency responders, really grasp the magnitude of that until you've actually experienced it like we folks have.
And we do many things, guys. We do security, we do preparedness, we go do home fires campaigns and Red Cross website. So we're in the neighborhood if you see us just wait with us. We also want volunteers to do everything about that.
And so just recently, too, maybe 6 months ago, they had a control burn right behind trees. And it looked like a sort of congregation. You guys looked like you were having a lot of folks there.
Primarily firefighter rehab, we check the vitals from the firefighters after they've been in high stress inside a burning building to make sure that they're stable before they go back in.
So all of that training is imperative because
when it happens, training is over. It's time to respond. And you can only do that really if you have a certain amount of training.
And the training is free. That it's not if, it's when. And waiting till tomorrow to make the call to become a cert member and find out how to save your own family and your neighborhood and your community is probably maybe too late. So the goal is to prevent an emergency from becoming a disaster. And that's why all our local law enforcement and all the agencies they spoke of and citizens come together on a regular basis to plan ahead. So it's critical. So make phone calls, like training like Gina said, it's free. And we have the tools to survive emergency. Yes. And I wanted to share one more thing about what Dana said about the firefighter rehab. When they're in these high stress, in a burning building, they're coming out, they're so pumped that they don't pay attention to how they feel themselves and what their physical mission is. And it's essential that people be trained to recognize that and call out on it and say, you need to come out, the safety. So, anyway. We can fill this room, but we need you.
So I'd like a motion from the board, please.
So moved.
Second.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Kearney, second by Supervisor Monty. Do I have any public comments? I told you guys to say something.
Dennis Hubbard, Calaveras Sheriff's Office, Office of Emergency Services. We just can't say enough about our volunteers. We cannot do it by ourselves. We need their help. We've had to open evacuation centers recently, and if it wasn't for the CERT members, Dennis Lewis, coordinating that, and I'm sorry Dennis isn't here today because he's put a lot of time and work in this. Without the volunteers, we can't do it. There's just not enough people to do it, and especially if a situation becomes an emergency, like Marty says, we don't want a crisis out of it. And our volunteers and the CERT members are just absolutely, we can't say enough, and our greatest thanks to you. And please keep doing what you're doing and swell those numbers because we can use all the help we can get. Again, thank you so much for your help. We really do appreciate it.
Can we talk about that? To swell the numbers means everybody. You know people who are very passionate about this. Send them our way. We'll provide the training, but we need the outreach to bring them in. So.
That's how we survive in these small counties. So having said all of that, any other public comments? All right, so passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of Calaveras County, State of California, this 8th day of September 2015. May you call vote, please. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 5-0. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Time flies.
Thank you, Chris.
All right, so if I keel over up here, which one of you guys gonna come up here and give me mouth to mouth? It probably won't be those folks that. Yeah. All right.
You're all right.
All righty, so let's go with public comments. Any item of interest to public that is within subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent agenda or regular agendas may be addressed during public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the consent agenda. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued at the conclusion of the regular agenda in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of the comments to be heard. So, how many folks plan on commenting today from the public? Okay, so we'll get 5 minutes.
Hi, I'm Jack Kuhn, the chairman of the Library Commission, and I wanted to let you know that September is also National Library Card Application Month. Anybody can sign up for a library card. All you need is proof of residency and photo ID. Doesn't cost anything, and you can use it at all 8 Calaveras County libraries. The library system currently has 12,499 active library cards. And while this doesn't reflect a huge percentage of the county population, many families choose to use one library card for the entire family. Library cards are free with identification and proof of mailing address. If the idea of returning books on time or getting fined doesn't appeal to you, we have good news. Calaveras County Library System now has e-books available. And this is through the support of the Friends of the Calaveras Library, County Library, the County Friends. E-books return automatically and no fines are accrued. You can choose a loan period of 7, 14, or 21 days. This is a big advancement for our county. And it was made possible not only through the efforts of the Calaveras County Friends of the Library, but also with budgetary help from you, our supervisors, for which we thank you. Just go to ebook logo on the library webpage to start downloading materials. If you have a valid, not expired, or with fines or lost books, library card, this can be done at any time of the day. We've had a soft rollout to get the people that work in the library, the volunteers and the librarians, accustomed to using the system, so there shouldn't be any big problems if you go in and try to log on and get a book today. Just one more announcement. Saturday, September 19th, the San Andreas Library will hold a celebration fair to honor the 20th anniversary of the completion of the library building. There will be a book sale, music, stories, food, activities for kids, and a hula hoop contest. Look forward to seeing you all out for that.
You know, I already tried that. It doesn't work real well. So.
And the celebration will be from 10 to 3. Thank you very much.
What was that date again? I'm sorry.
Pardon me?
September 19th?
September 19th.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Good morning. Better? I'm Peter from Genuine. Last board meeting, I don't really get too much emotional about it. It doesn't really bother me, you know, when the speakers speak about certain issues that bothers them. But there was an elderly gentleman came up to the podium. His well was dry, etc. And it occurred to me that wells do go dry, so they would drain, is a problem, etc. But what bothered me is that you don't get all the whole facts and figures of how much water we have, how much water goes out, etc. And I start thinking about it that taxpayers, and that's from property taxes, and folks, like it or not, we all pay property tax to CCWD. Every one of you, every one of us, me, and so on. Besides, I pay also for service, for my water, and some people pay for waste and so on. this county donating $2,388,690 to CCWD. We have no problem flushing water down to keep certain fish in the right temperature. For example, the screw that smelled, okay? I read it work for the sturgeon, stripers, and so on. But to charge these folks, the ones who are not, they're paying the CCWD, got no direct or indirect benefits from it. To charge these folks, and there's emergency, for them to come and get a truckload of water to their house. And, well, we got to charge them for it for the infrastructure. Folks, when you spend almost $2.5 million for taxpayers with no direct benefit, and then you want to charge an extra couple of bucks to get water from it. Water, by the way, the 5th district flushing more water down than they usually allocated to. That to me is shabby and shameful. I don't know how much time I got, but also another one to comment more close to your heart. We spend money, and I presume everybody who voted for it assigned their name to it, redefinition of family. That's my pet peeve, and I'm going to dig on it, okay? But there's also, in a budget I noticed, you're spending a few dollars also to maintain family. Which way are you swinging, folks? You want to redefine family, or you want to keep the family as it is? You're being at the both directions. Now, when campaign election times comes up, oh, let's please everybody, okay? But that's crazy. You have no problem redefining family. Not required. No grant guaranteed. What I found was basically, there's certain benefits, but nobody can identify the benefits or the source of the benefits. In election time, yes, it will be brought up. I guarantee you that. I like to know the person who got the credibility and trust to redefine what I consider and you consider a family. That's just shabby and shameful. Then on the other side of your side, you got staff that's going to spend pretty big pennies to maintain the family. That's crazy. Where do you stand? So, those are the two pet peeves for right now. I just want you to think about it. Because your name is at the bottom, not your staff. For the staff, it's a nice little income. Okay, they can push pencils on it. Justify their means. But how come you never required what was accomplished? In real business, you think you're going to stay without disclosing, not your intentions. You might get your foot in the door. But will that get you keep going in a business without disclosing your accomplishment? Thank you.
I'm Clyde Clapp from Valley Springs, and I came here several weeks ago and informed the board about an explosion of stuff that happened in an asphalt plant. And I got the paper, the Valley Springs News, and a response from our supervisor that businesses blow up and businesses catch on fire. That's no reason to not let them in. I always thought the main function of this board was to protect the public. And I hope it was a misspeak on the part of the supervisor that said that, because I misspeak many times too. But to me, your main function should be protect the public, nothing else, not someone's profit, nothing else. And I hope that is the concern of the board. I hope the board primary function is protecting us, the people. Thank you.
Somewhat to follow up on that thing is human health and environmental damages, but this is going to be from mining and mineral processing waste. You know, it's what that supervisor said is kind of, But here's a report from December 1995, and it's a discussion of Carson Hill Gold Mine and Western Mining Corporation, Calaveras County, California.
The type of impact media affected. On May 16, 1989, 91,450 gallons of pregnant solution were accidentally discharged from Unit 3 into the nearby Maloney's Reservoir. Soils along the drainage between the facility and reservoir were contaminated. The spill was caused by a loose pipe coupling in the leachate containment system above a spillway outlet. Because the spillway terminated outside the fluid management system, the release traveled beyond facility boundaries into the reservoir. Sampling of the reservoir water 6 hours after the soil detected free cyanide levels below 0.1 mg-L. Further sampling 8 days after the spill yielded no trace of cyanide or other metals of background levels. Now, this also goes into a discussion of testing fish for different types of things, PCBs, pesticides, all that type of thing. For the different fish, bass, bass spotted, bass combined, bluegill, carp, catfish channel, catfish, white catfish combined. And it's an interesting thing. Although it was done in 1995, in 2008, in the county's discussion of the Public Review Draft Baseline Report, January 2008, it had a discussion of Carson Hill Mine. It left out that problem that it had. No mention of it. So why do we continue to leave historical facts out of documentation? We're now, forget the 2008 baseline report, now we only look at the 2010. It has no discussion of it, if I remember reading correctly. So I think these type of things need to have some sort of footnote or an indication in our general plan information so that we know what's happened in this county. And I don't know if at New Maloney's for fishermen, if they have signs where you enter launching your boat or not about, hey, you better check your fish, or these fish are okay, we tested the waters, go ahead and eat it, but you still need to follow standards that the state is recommending. So, thank you.
Any other public comments?
Good morning, Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. I had intended to come and talk about the undocumented history of Calaveras County and Double Springs to continue my saga, but I brought the props and everything, but something that Peter mentioned brought up something that happened at the last meeting where the gentleman stood up and talked about not having water. Later on in the meeting, there was discussion about a watershed, and I got up and commented that sometimes we cut off our nose to spite our face, and I would certainly empathize with that man who's run out of water and would support the reestablishment of watershed anywhere. And we have 5 minutes to talk. You all can respond any way you want for as long as you want. I found it interesting that my supervisor wanted to call me out on equating the man running out of water with reestablishing watershed, like there was no connection, when in fact there's every connection in the world. If we can't understand that we're all connected, the failure of water in some place, the failure of water habitats in other places, it's all part of a big plan that we have to get a hold of and we have to address in any way possible. I believe that poor man ran out of water because he was sold a bill of goods. He thought he had water in the ground because there was seepage from a reservoir that had never been there before. That's why the water's so putrid out there, is because it's all full of minerals and salts and alkalines and untasty and nasty smelling stuff. The reservoir is drying up a little bit, so of course the water tape's dropping. Those people that never had water before the reservoir was there are finding out what it's like not to have water. It's poor planning and development. Who benefits? Land speculators, greedy land speculators that come in and buy acreage for pennies and put in a road and then sell it for hundreds of dollars. Incompetent developers that come in and put substandard pipes and electrical. Those people benefit. The homeowners, the people that purchase the property, are always the ones left holding the basket. And that poor man said, you know, I'm going to ask for a reduction of my property values because my land ain't worth anything anymore. And it may not be worth anything for a long time if he can't have water. I wish I would have got up and told him about my faucet at the end of my driveway where anybody can come and spring water. I'm not going to deliver it to you, but anybody can come to my house, and at the bottom of my driveway is a hose, and you walk up, you turn it on, you can fill up anything you want. I just ask that you turn it off, because if I come out there and find my water running down the road, I'm going to have to do something about it. But I'm very generous with my water. Anybody that's running out can come to my property. But I'm mostly concerned about how my supervisor can't see the linkage between running out of water and reestablishing watershed. It's all tied together. All of it, we have to work towards progressing in a manner that reestablishes what was, because God or nature created this in a manner to exist. When we interrupt the cycle, I don't want to get all religious because I'm not a religious person, but we're going against nature. We're going against the flow of things when we interrupt what comes naturally. And one last thing, I understand they're going to build another development out in Copperopolis. I think about that one again, because once again we're going to put people in a place where there are not resources to sustain them. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
House of Gallup Taxpayer Association. Good morning. I have two comments to make. One regarding what your role, your proper role would be as it comes to protecting the people. One of the blessings we have is in the establishment of Western civilization, a process of law, sometimes called common law. It's based on the notion that people have individual rights by the fact that they exist. Some say these are God-given rights or natural rights. And they have these rights have been identified pretty thoroughly, although most people are ignorant of them right now. The rights are life, liberty, and property. And so, since government is an organization of force, it's only proper that that force be used in a beneficial way, particularly to protect those rights to life, liberty, and property. So this means if there's a large number of people want to oppress an individual person, you have to stand on the side of the individual person. And if the opposite is true, if a person attempts to oppress or harm a large number of people, you need to stand on the side of that large number of people whose rights are being oppressed. It makes it quite simple, but this is very much, quite often ignored, and particularly in our legislature. So if we were to provide a free society for our kids and their kids and their kids, we need to reestablish these basic principles and then not get confused. And so the solution to the problem is educational. The more people that understand these basic rights, the better chance we have of not only protecting our rights, but also providing a society for our kids. Now, there's another topic that was brought up, and this has to do with rain and nature and subdivisions and such. One of the reasons why we have a water problem is not just the drought, it's poor planning on retaining water for the last 40 years. Almost no dams have been built, no water retained. And so we're suffering the consequences of bad planning. And that doesn't mean bad planning by the state, because I'm not sure the state has responsibility for that to begin with. It has to do with bad planning on people who are trusted to provide for future water. These are water companies, these are water purveyors, and some of them are quasi government entities. By not adequately planning for reserves, when you have that 100-year drought, you subject the ratepayers to rationing. And so the primary responsibility goes to those people that should have done better planning. The next thing that we might want to take into consideration is water comes from the sky, primarily. And it falls on the ground, percolates under the ground, and you have groundwater. That's where your well water comes from. We know this. Also, the water is retained in rivers by dams and power generation. And just we're so lucky that the forces wanting to destroy the development of New Melones were not successful. They were not successful. We had New Melones Lake. That is really a blessing. But there's one more thing that we need to take into consideration is water retention on private property. One way you can get water is by collecting more rainwater. And this is not new. It's not new science. There's connectors that you can put on your gutters that allow it to be diverted. And then you can store it in a number of different ways. And so the drought is not quite bad enough where people start not starting to think about doing that, because that's an excellent supply of water and good potable water too, because it's rainwater. So there are solutions, and it's possible to have good government, and then we urge you to keep abreast of the purpose of being here, to protect the rights to life, liberty, and property. Thank you.
Thank you, Al. Any other public comments? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on to our consent agenda. Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion. So I'm going to ask the public if they would like to remove for discussion any consent agenda item.
10 and 11, please.
10 and 11. Any others?
15, please.
Any more? How about the board? Any from the board?
I make a motion to approve the balance of the consent agenda.
Wow, that's almost a record for this year. You know that, right?
I second the motion.
All right, so we have a motion by Supervisor Ponte to approve consent agenda items that are remaining, and a second by Supervisor Calaveras. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, number 10, Joe.
Joe Kelly in the unrepresented area of District 1. This is a resolution rescinding Resolution 99-383, which was a program for agreement of training expenses. It was approved by the Board of Supervisors, and that now might be legally void due to certain language included in the agreement requiring repayment of post-academy expenses should the recruit terminate employment with the county in less than 5 years. My statements and questions, I guess. Number one, indentured servants still exist in California, especially in Calaveras County. December 13th, 1999 to September 8th, 2015. That's presuming you're going to pass this. Number 2, was there an interest applied to the training expense if the recruit terminated less than 5 years? Number 3, what drew the county's attention back to this resolution almost 16 years later? Thank you. Servitude, I thought, was given up a long time ago.
I believe you're correct, Mr. Kelly. I do believe indentured servitude was given up many years ago. This was put in place in hopes when the recruitment program was started. It was felt that if the county was going to commit to paying for post expenses, that in hopes that the recruits would remain with the county, and the language was input into the termination agreement for repayment on a prorated basis, no interest included. However, there is no real way to enforce that agreement. The Sheriff's Office has not done the recruitment program for many, many years now. They have asked to reinstate it, and when we were going back through the documents for the recruitment program, this resolution was discovered. And with talk with the Sheriff's Department and with County Council, it was recommended that the resolution be rescinded prior to hiring on more recruits and putting them through the post-academy.
Okay. Any public comments here? Board comments?
One comment. I think it's very fortunate that we had another look at this particular situation, seeing what our law enforcement condition is right now as far as retention and hiring new employees. Coming from a law enforcement background, I recall when I first applied for the Oakland Police Department, there was a requirement to move into the city. So, that has since changed due to our changing laws on our state level and our federal level. And I think this is just a procedure to correct due to our changing times. I would support this.
Okay. Any other comments? Yeah, so like many of the resolutions that passed or ordinances, rules, all of that, time changes, laws change, and we really should change with it as well. So this is just one of those times. So can I call for
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second the motion.
So I got a motion by Supervisor Wright, a second by Supervisor Kearney. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Okay, number 11, Joe.
Joe Kelly from the unrepresented area of District 1. I hope with this consent agenda item that maybe it'll be bringing me back into the represented area of District 1. This is an issue, and it's really funny. It now shows me the guidelines that I probably need to follow from now on, listing all the government code sections, government code, whether it would be state code too. So I guess you folks have to follow that, as well as your own Calaveras County codes, which are usually adopted in kind of a linear mirroring of state codes, but apparently not all of them are. So I'm concerned. Government Code Section 25845B states, the owner of a parcel upon which the nuisance is found shall be liable for all cost of abatement incurred by the county, including but not limited to administrative costs, and any and all costs incurred in the physical abatement of the nuisance. Abatement in the case may include removing all junk and debris from that is visible and adjoining parcels. This goes on to discuss the issues of, and it is good these people came in and got a permit, so they aren't going to get hit for that $10,000 fine. They're only going to get hit for $500 administrative costs. In the discussion of this thing, states say alleged violations exist under Calaveras County Code 806375. It shall be unlawful for any person, owner, occupant, tenant, or operator to cause or maintain a public nuisance on a property. and there are alleged code violations exist under County Code 8-8.06.375 through a violation of Calaveras County Code 8.06.290 public nuisance. And on that, A, anything injurious or likely to become injurious to the health and safety or offensive to the senses or an obstruction to the free use of property so as to interfere with the comfortable enjoyment of life or property, including a conditional or visual blight, or unlawfully obstructing the free passage or use. Enumeration of such nuisances in this chapter shall not be deemed exclusive. Any violations of the provisions of this chapter is E. An alleged code violations under the Calaveras County Code 806.375 through a violation of the County Building Code 108.4.1 permits. A written construction permit shall be obtained from the enforcing agency prior to the erection, construction, reconstruction, installation, moving, or alteration of any building or structure. Now, it says shall in here. Is this mandatory or selective administration? Because I have found in my case it's always been selective administration because the county is run and hidden. So I'm very much concerned. I now know. You folks pass this today, I thank you. Please pass it. Because tomorrow you will have a new code enforcement complaint from me on 3 properties, and I will be addressing all the issues that were given to me in this document. And maybe that will help stop code enforcement from calling the state and having them being told, oh, well, we're more knowledgeable than you are, we'll handle it. Well, folks, that was a hell of a lot of years ago, and I'm not getting any younger. And by the way, the state has been held off since 2000. The state has done, in 2009 or 10, they finally got their issuance of problems to the owners out. But since then, the state's Water Resource Control Board has been held off by one person, me. Because I'm not stupid, I hope, but I do throw a lot of things. And I lost my kitchen sink and 1 bathtub in the throwing. The toilets were last. So, if you pass this, be prepared to determine the concept of shall, meaning you shall enforce your regulations. You shall enforce state code regulations, which is 8400 under Land Use, the Kobe-Elquist Act, which is flooding and floodplain management, and 1602, the Fish and Game Code, which does not allow an obstruction or a diversion of water without a permit. That place is unpermitted, none, period. And there's now numerous examples to show validity of everything I've said over the past few years. So rather than go to court, I'd like to see the county do something about it. In other words, you get paid, I pay 100% of my property taxes. I want to see them used to bring me back into the represented area of District 1. I thank you.
Todd Barr with Code Enforcement. I don't know exactly how to respond to all that. I can tell you that the first part of it, where it addresses what abatement of the nuisance may include, is a lot of times I'm doing 4, 5, 6 of these at one time, and that was administrative error in this particular case. There was no junk and debris. In this particular case, the permit was obtained with agreement that the fine would go away and administrative costs would be paid. The administrative costs have not been paid, and the only reason we're here with this one is to recoup the administrative costs, which shall be recovered according to state law. Okay.
Question. Have you got a response from the folks that were cited about the payment of the $500 fine?
No, those are administrative costs, and no, and I sent 2 or 3 invoices in this case, just because that's the only thing left to wrap this case up. They did do the permit, and they got their inspections finally. Of course, it was as built, so that's why the citation was issued. And then again, as I said, followed up with invoices, and they didn't respond after that. So
how long of a period of time is that, Mr. Barr?
Well, This was the very first citation issued this year. Plus, I believe it was, I didn't bring a copy of the original notice of violation, but I believe it was over a year prior to that they were originally red tagged.
Do we have any procedure in place to reconsider levying the $10,000 fine in addition to the $500 fine?
Yes, there is. According to the code, the fine is at the discretion of the code enforcement officer. Okay, they have discretion; they can work with people on the fine. But according to state code, the health and safety code, the administrative costs, it states in there, shall be paid. So that's not something that we can waive, is administrative costs.
But we can negotiate the $10,000.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, we
Was
do.
one of those reasons being non-response from a person that's issued a citation and in violation of the county code?
I'm sorry, I don't quite understand.
Would that be reason for reconsideration of levying the any, all, or any amount of the $10,000 fine?
Yes, sir. That's the fine. A lot of times, and in most cases, initially, is intended to just their attention and get them to do what we like them to do.
And we have a procedure
It's like the
in place
third or
for that,
fourth.
right?
Yes. Mm-hmm. And it's like the third or fourth chance when we do that.
Thank you, Mr. Bork.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, any other public comments? All right, bring back to the board.
I move we pass.
Okay, pass.
Oh, second?
I move we pass the citation.
So we have a,
Didn't say that right.
You move to uphold the administrative citation.
Yeah.
all right, so we have first by Supervisor Kearney, second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 5-0. All right, number 16, Peter.
It's nothing controversial, just a quickie questions, folks. In prior years, there was, let's just say, appearance of conflict of interest in negotiation. I'm sure everybody, let's say on our side, there's no sheriff department or SCI or anybody else. I totally respect their intention of getting the best possible deal. Does anybody who's negotiating in my behalf through you're negotiating, does anybody has any potential or actual possibility of conflict of interest? I just hope, I'm sure that everybody filled out the conflict of interest statement, and you all have a record available to view. Is there any possibility in the future that might come back to say, hey, they're negotiating, they're also negotiating for themselves? Because I'll make sure that this board put people up there who are negotiating in my behalf and all the people on the whole county's benefit. There's not going to be any appearance, possible appearance, or actual conflict of interest. Just want to make sure that, because if there is any, it's going to come back to you. So, thank you. Did I make myself? You got what I'm trying to say over here?
Yes.
Thank you.
Alpha County Taxpayer Association. Piggyback on Peter's remarks, we do have an appearance of a conflict of interest when CalPERS members are negotiating for the taxpayer, because you're getting your benefits, retirement, and you're negotiating basically for yourself, because you match the agreement with the unions for yourself. And so this gives the appearance of a conflict of interest. One of the things that could be done is to see other jurisdictions, how they handle that. There might be a way to have whoever's negotiating on behalf of the taxpayer not have that sort of connection. And it may not be complicated, but I don't have the answer to that. But I think our taxpayer group would really appreciate it if you would explore that So in the future, we wouldn't have the appearance of conflict of interest. Thank you very much.
I'm not sure if I'm asking about conflict of interest. I was wondering if your designee is related to somebody already employed in the county.
No, she is not.
Good, thank you.
Even under the definition of a family.
Under any definition of a family, Mr. Reeves.
That role, supervisor, that role.
Joe Kelly, again from the unrepresented area of District 1. My concerns on this thing would be from something I witnessed in San Luis Obispo County. An assistant county administrator who was the negotiator and the Deputy Sheriff's Association president, who was a sergeant, I believe, wound up having an affair. How do you make sure things like that don't happen in these negotiation regimes? I agree with what Al was saying, but I think there needs to be lockdown in some ways that you have verification. Nothing's going on hanky-panky on the side. Thank you.
Ms. Hawkins, who is just now starting her first day this morning as Deputy CAO, HR, and Risk Management, this item is to put her on the negotiating team. At the last board meeting, it had appointed the interim HR director. We have an outside consultant, Mr. Don Turco, that is assisting, and he is our lead negotiator. He has no conflict of interest because he is not an employee here in the county. The negotiating team is made up of management and the lead our consultant, who is the lead negotiator. As far as extracurricular activities outside of work, we don't have a lot of control over that, Mr. Kelly. However, hopefully that anybody who is sitting in the negotiating team is neutral and understands the parameters that they are working with. Ultimately, it is brought back to the board for the board's direction and approval.
Since you called me back up, thank you. I would suggest, though, I would suggest that this concept be given. The CAO at the time was fired. She was fired. The only person that kept his job was the sheriff deputy. So it is real, and it does cause conflict. And I thought at the time this CAO down there was a pretty darn good individual. Thank you.
But it does bring up a point about a possible conflict. And Supervisor Kearney actually was discussing that with me a little bit earlier during the week. And do you think it's a good time to share that?
Yeah, I can bring it up since I was sitting here wondering if I should say something or not at this point. But we do have sort of, and as I found out since I've been sworn in, nothing happens really quickly, but we have sort of on the burner, you might say, a workshop in the future, and Shirley knows that determines how the supervisors are paid, so that we do remove, my goal inside would be a method to remove us from that appearance of having a conflict, not to seek more money for the supervisors or anything. That's not the goal. But there are methods that are used, even in nearby, if anybody wants to look it up, you can look in nearby Amador County, where the supervisor's pay is connected to other entities. I believe theirs is connected to the Superior Court judge, and they get a percentage, and it's no longer will they be paid under the CalPERS negotiation. So I can't, I was hesitating to say something because you're bringing up a slew of employees that So my mind was clicking on that, but at least the Board of Supervisors, we could remove them going forward from, if a negotiation to give X to throughout the, I don't know how, I'm kind of stumbling while I say this. In other words, the Board of Supervisors' pay would be connected to something other than the group they are negotiating with.
And if I just may speak to that a little bit, it was at recommended budget hearings when we talked about the upcoming negotiations that this issue was brought up, and it was the admin's office recommendation that we come back with a study session prior to approval of the contracts, looking at options for the boards. In the past, historically, any increases, COLAs, or benefits that were negotiated with the SEIU contract were done by resolution so that the supervisors received the same COLAs and/or benefits. The board expressed their concerns about that and their part in the negotiations. Now that we have a new permanent HR director on board, we will be looking at what the other options are and bringing that study session to the board this fall prior to adoption of any contracts with the unions.
I'm out of order, but folks, thank you.
You're welcome.
I think for one of the things, you could do what the President of the United States does in the Constitution. Well, you can give a raise to the next coming board member, but not the seating board, because the President can either get a raise or a decrease during his term. He can give a raise to the next one coming or to the next term, but not his sitting term. Thank you.
All right. Any other public comments? Any other comments from the board? No. Okay. Have a motion, please.
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right. A motion by Supervisor Wright. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Regular agenda. Number 16, building.
Good morning. Todd Barr with Building Department Code Compliance. Basically, this is made some changes to our property maintenance, public nuisance code. A lot of them are technical changes, just wording to clarify some things. There was a new section actually added that has to do with property maintenance and is intended to more effectively deal with any foreclosure or vacated properties. And the way I think that it was put together, it's rather simple, it's workable, and basically it has to do with having a registry or a property registry, fees paid by the property owner, whether it is a foreclosed property or just an abandoned or vacant property. Program that pays for itself, make it much more effective and much easier to deal with the foreclosure properties and with any vacated properties, rather than having to go through the whole administrative process, get warrants and things like that to actually secure them and clean the properties up. Basically, it puts the responsibility on the owner to have a local company, management company, maintenance company to maintain those properties within county code. And that was the major change. Other than that, like I said, a few words here and there, and just clarifying.
Okay. Any public comments on this?
Joe Kelly from the unrepresented area of District 1. Yep. What about those properties subject to foreclosures, abandoned, that fell under Government Code 25845, nuisance or Calaveras County Code 8.06.375? Now, this is something trying to bring forward just the property registration and maintenance of abandoned and foreclosed properties. Well, you've had things in the past, and things are still hanging out there, namely Nassau Creek. So my experience with Calaveras County past practices show a lack of shall as a mandatory for enforcement. It's not been there, the shall, but rather a non-enforcement of a mandatory code enforcement. So we have to have it explained. So I request you, or Todd, explains, because you can't have it both ways, and explain 8.06.430 public nuisance. Does it differ from 8.06.290 public nuisance? This code, will it be retroactive? And what is the county's, and on Chapter 806, this new code section, and particularly in 8.06.010 purpose, it says to ensure that all premises, to protect the health and safety of the residents. What is the county's definition of ensure? I haven't seen it anywhere. Does it mean to make sure, certain, or safe, guarantee? Under 8.06040, responsibility. Wow, this shows that the illusion of ownership bubble is burst. We don't own our property as individuals. In this says meaning of terms. Now it states in here, that's 8.06.050, meaning of terms. The word shall, is, or will denote mandatory, and the word may denotes permissive. So now it is specifically called out now in this code. A lot of other codes, it is not called out. And I've gone rounds with previous county councils. My other concern is, what about California Code sections regarding public nuisance? Since the last issue I brought up on this was the county brought up the enforcement of government codes, meaning state codes. So does that apply now to all state codes that might affect this particular issue, to include nuisance? Terms not defined. There are terms that are not, where terms are not defined either in this chapter or any other codes referenced by 8.06060. Such terms shall have ordinarily accepted meanings, such as the context implies. That leaves a very broad basis to interpret, and I don't think that should be there. I think it needs to be defined down. Abandoned. No, that was a new section. I'm looking at all the new sections. It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. But I go down to 8.06040, public nuisance. Anything injurious or likely to become injurious to health, safety, or offensive to the senses, or obstruction to the free use of property so as to interfere with the comfortable enjoyment of life or property, unlawfully obstructing the free passage. So is this standard code or a modified verbiage to fit the new county chapter of 8.06? When is the county required to enforce this code?
30 seconds.
Is the basis of the code determined by individual preference or convenience rather than necessity? And down under structure, does this include unpermitted water retention facilities that cause flooding, obstruction, and diversion of a waterway and trespass? And that is under California codes. So those are the few questions I would like answered, especially that last one, so that we can have an understanding here publicly, and the people will have an understanding of what's going on. Thank you.
again, I don't know exactly how to address all that. It's, when he's talking about shell, I believe, first of all, we're running between 12 and 1,300 cases at this point, and we get to them as we can and we prioritize. And as far as the Nassau Creek thing, I think that's not even, we're not dealing with that. I don't know. That's at the state level, I believe.
Well, right now we're dealing with what you're here for, and that's the foreclosure and property that have been abandoned, right?
Yes, yes. Is there any questions? The new sections that are added, I said a section, okay, so I could clarify that. The new sections basically include definitions, procedures, things like that. So yeah, when one section goes in, you have to add some new definitions and things like that. Other than that, do we have any direct questions concerning that, or that I can answer for you?
And this is regarding the public abatement, property maintenance code?
Yes, it is.
Abatement. Okay.
No, I don't have any questions. Just to thank you for bringing it forward. There was some statements as what is this for? This came because people in District 5 brought it to me right after I was elected that we have a great many homes that are empty, they've been foreclosed on, and they're being occupied by people who have criminal behavior in them. And so I started to research throughout the state of California and actually even in the United States, how can we bring those homes into compliance or at least watch them so that we can get the criminal behavior out and take some of the pressure off of our sheriff's department for dealing with them, as well as code compliance who didn't have the tools to take care of them. And some of the foreclosed properties were the papers being held by institutions that were on the East Coast. They didn't even have a clue as to the property or maintaining it or any of the other natures. So I researched it a good bit, and I thank County Council for helping me. I thank Jeff White as well as Todd Barr for working with me to find a way to do this. And then, frankly, they did the heavy lifting, which I appreciate. This should be a tool going forward that if somebody forecloses on a home, they are responsible to register it with code compliance, and they'll be responsible to maintain it to community standards, which if they're on the East Coast and they're holding the mortgage paper on it, that means they may have to hire a local real estate firm that might have a property maintenance group. And if they don't do that, this will give code compliance the tools to go forward on it and address the fact that it's not being maintained, and also take a little bit of the heat off of law enforcement when they have to constantly go out there, because maybe we won't have squatters taking up, for lack of a better term, squatters taking up residence in homes that they're truly not supposed to be in. It should help the property values of the neighborhood, as well as our ability to enforce who's in them. Thanks, Todd.
Thank you.
And then there's also the fire danger too, right?
There's all kinds of things that these deserted homes have been causing that by keeping them up to standards. Spas that will have water in them that somebody could get hurt in. And this kind of a code will address how they're maintained going forward.
Okay.
Yeah, will these be recorded? I know, like if I get a permit and do something in Tuolumne County, if I even put a septic system in Tuolumne County, that permit is recorded so that the person buying the property knows it. So the counties is bad as the bank's not doing assignments of deeds of trust, because what Kearney's saying is true, that we don't have mortgages, we have deeds of trust here. And so I can sell my trust, which banks do. They'll sell it to another bank, and then they'll sell it, and they'll sell it, and they'll sell it. And to sell that note, they're supposed to do an assignment deed of trust at the county where that property's at. And that's what the problem is in California, is no one's been enforcing this, and you have people don't even know who owns it. I mean, they have piles, truckloads of notes sitting in Saudi Arabia or only God knows where, and no one knows. But it would help if we would start recording, like if they do condemns a piece of property, it'll record that on the property, so
I'm the poor slob walking buying it, then I know everything that's been on that property. So not only the bank's irresponsible, but the county's been irresponsible on recording stuff. I've talked to the building department and asked them that I would even pay the fee if I would go down when I get a building permit signed off, if I could record that. And that could be done. And then we even know which building's been finalized off, which permits on the septic has been done. So there's a lot that we can do as a county, too, to start getting this mess cleaned up. Because I buy a piece of property, I don't know if that building's been signed off, final, or what, because we don't record those. And other counties do record those. Thank you.
If you read down through this, Mr. Clapp, I think you're going to find that there is a registration procedure. And when they, if I'm not mistaken, and Todd's going to come up and make sure I've got it correct, within 15 days of filing the foreclosure, they have to also register the fact that they did that. And this is not going to cost the general fund anything. It's funded by a fee, and that fee includes inspections. And if they don't pass the inspections that they're given, that every time they have to go out, there'll be another fee for the inspection. So it will be recorded that they're being foreclosed on. As far as, I think if I understand what you're asking about, where they continue to sandwich in different mortgage papers because that's being sold, I would think that if they sell a mortgage foreclosure, that has to be registered with the county also.
Yeah, there should be a title
Right.
report done on it, too.
Right.
A couple of different things as far as inspections, finalization of buildings, and septic systems. Those records are found in the building department and in on-site sewage. Actually, recording of a document will occur if the bank or financial institution does not keep that property in compliance. If the property is not kept in compliance, as we do now, and of course we can't catch up with all of them yet, but we're trying, a notice of noncompliance, substandard, or unlawful, or hazardous structure, whichever document is applicable, is recorded with the Calaveras County Recorder's Office. So does that clarify that? Well, yeah, they get a copy. And it goes with it. It's recorded, so.
Alice Gallen, Taxpayer Association. It sounds pretty good, and it would be helpful to the communities to have the abandoned properties monitored. And the question I have is in the foreclosure procedure, there's notice of default is filed, and that's recorded county recorder's office, and copies are given go to the borrower and also the public and anybody else that's signed up to receive a copy of it. There's a 3-month period of time for restitution. Usually in foreclosures, the borrower is living on the property. So notice of default itself would not trigger any sort of county action on that property unless there was some indication of abandonment. Now, after the 90 days, there's an additional time for advertising, and it could be another month or so before it actually goes to the auction block. And then it's either sold or the property's transferred by the trustee, which is usually a title company, to the lender. Now, at that point, the lender has control, and supposedly is supposed to act in a responsible manner. So the question I have would be, it seems to be at that point is where this should take effect, not at the notice of default. Thank you.
My question hasn't been answered yet. Joe Kelly, then Representative District 1. Is this going to be retroactive? Because if it's not, you've got a heck of a lot of foreclosures still hanging out there. You're not going to be able to do anything about under this law, can you? Because it's as of from today if you sign on. Or is it retroactive? If it's retroactive, my issue still stands. Thank you. I need to know the answer to that, please, publicly.
It's my understanding that we do not have, we did not write into it a retroactive provision, and it would actually it would come into full force and effect when the ordinance is, not when it's adopted, but 30 days from now. So it would actually be effective 30 days from now if the board were to adopt it. Keep in mind, today it is just the introduction of an ordinance. So the board isn't even adopting the ordinance today. This is just the introduction, and then the ordinance would have to come back after it's noticed and published for the board to actually adopt it at a later board meeting.
Okay.
And also, just if the board were to direct staff to make any substantive changes to the ordinance would need to be brought back and reintroduced before introduction. So just to keep that in mind.
And that's why it takes so long to do things there. Yeah. All right. There's a reason for everything. Good. Any other public comments? Any comments from the board? I would like to thank the Supervisor Kearney for acting on this. This is, for the past few years, been a serious problem around here, and it's created a lot of dangerous situations and a lot of confusion in some areas. So it's great to be able to talk about this and actually put something in place. It's really good. Thank you, Steve, for doing that.
You're welcome. And once again, I want to thank County Council. Jeff White's here from the Building Department, as well as Todd Barr. They worked with my freshman supervisor approach very well, and I had read so much about this before I went to them with it. I probably overwhelmed them confusion, but they worked it out. I think it addresses exactly the problems that we have, and I just appreciate what they did to make this happen.
These problems are countywide too. They're just not in District 5.
No, they're not. And that was what, when I started researching it, I figured, well, this is just around my house. It's not anywhere else in the county. But the fact of the business is, it is throughout the county, and this will give the people that are out in the field doing the hard work, including our law enforcement, code enforcement, the tools to deal with it going forward.
All right. So, can I have a motion on this, please?
Yeah, I move we pass this. I better do this. Put my glasses on this time.
I know. I did that too.
I move we pass this submittal.
Okay. Do I have a second? Second. All right. We have a motion by Supervisor Green, second by Supervisor Oliveira. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 5-0. Number 17, planning.
Good morning, Darcy Gillard with the Planning Department. 2 weeks ago, I brought forward this item to the board for adoption of a resolution to support the MOQUIZE process that the county went through. The board had some questions and wanted to hold off. So we're back again today to present this resolution again to support the MOQUIZE portfolio, which includes multiple water projects. At the last meeting, Supervisor Oliveira asked in terms of what entities had already adopted this resolution. So I do have a list of those, if I could just read really quickly which ones have already passed this supporting resolution, which ones have yet to do that. So those that have submitted a resolution of support, Amador Water Agency, CCWD, Calaveras Planning Coalition, CPUD, East Bay Mud, Foothill Conservancy, Jackson Valley Irrigation District, City of Lodi, MyValleySprings.com, Sierra Club, UMRA, and the California Sports Fishing Protection Alliance. Those that still have not taken the resolutions to their board for support, Amador County, City of Stockton, Delta Fly Fishers Incorporated, North San Joaquin Water Conservation District, PG&E, Restore the Delta, San Joaquin County, Sierra Nevada Conservancy, Stockton East Water District, Trout Unlimited, Woodbridge Irrigation District, and the Groundwater Banking Authority. It's my understanding that the Groundwater Banking Authority and the City of Stockton will be doing a joint resolution together. So that would be 12 entities that have passed a resolution and 13 that have not to date. So just quick recap. There's 25 projects within the Mokwai's portfolio. 9 of those having a benefit to the upper watershed, 6 having a benefit to the lower, 10 having a regional benefit. 25 of those 25 projects, 4 of them are actually policies and initiatives that address things such as land use coordination between entities such as counties and water districts. This also does not obligate the county to enter any general fund monies. This is merely just supporting this 22-month effort that the county participated in to come up with this collaborative sustainable watershed program. And I can answer any questions you may have.
Questions from the public, first of all?
I really appreciate what they're doing, but I'm sure you all folks took a look at the numbers attached to it. Are you folks aware how much money they're talking about? You know what was not answered? Who's paying for it? Now, where are you going to get the money? I'm sure the state has so much money to give you and so on. But I also like to point out that I don't know how many of you went to these meetings, but the sponsors and supporters and so on, Calaveras County coming had a short change of this, folks, like it or not, but they want you to pay for it. I don't know if you noticed that, but recently the smelt hasn't been mentioned when it comes to water. And I also like to take a look at it. Who's involved in this? Who are the people? The facilitators. I don't know how much background checks you folks named and did any kind of research, where they are from, what their expertise and etc. As a county citizen, and also taxpayers in California and so on, and we're dealing about something that's worth more than gold and silver that this county has. Your constituents getting a royal shaft. Take a look at how much we spent on Rejuvenate the Delta. Does anybody ever mention how much money we spent to save the smelt? To what end? Now they don't talk about it anymore. You know who made out on that thing? Consultants, engineers, and lawyers. We got nothing from it. And what really ticks me off, folks, they're hitting you up, and they're hitting CCW deal. And I got a note of it for the lady with the consolidator. She never been involved in any kind of water issues before. I believe maybe somebody can later on can get me up. Her specialty is female rights and stuff like that. Who's sponsoring it and why? And who's so generous to nature and environment at my expense? Are these the same group that don't give a crap about the sturgeon, the stripers, the catfish? I mean, some of this stuff, even if it's sponsored by CCWD, estimated cost $4.3 million, estimated cost $1.8 million. I really appreciate the presentation. Let's put the money to it, folks. Now let's decide, where is the money coming from? What are the conditions that attach to it? I can appreciate people want to float down the river. That's wonderful. When you float down the river, that skunk or rabbit or bear or tiger, that they kept the water clean for you, you're still going to have to clean it up. And when we finish with the water, downstream, they're going to have to clean the water up. Did anybody ever mention that the 5th District, Calaveras River, we have not used close to 1/2 the water rights we have. But in Valley Springs, some folks, some districts, having a major problem concerning water and sewage.
30 seconds.
So I'm sure you did due diligence. Look at the backgrounds of people involved. Look at the people who sponsors in the background. Take a look at the duplications of people involved in it. It's a scam. And unfortunately, the people who are going to get the royal share is your constituents. And I'm wishing luck to all the folks who are going up for election. Because it will be, the dots going to be connected. Who's sponsoring it? For what benefit? And at whose cost? Take a look at the stakeholders. The unnamed stakeholders. Source of their money. It's nice that everybody from outside the county is so concerned about our welfare. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Good morning,
I got the looks and got the race.
Put into perspective, Dennis Mills, by the way, put into perspective the collaborators in this effort with Moquai, a $1 million project, and to understand that only 9 of the 27 participating groups were water purveyors, and only 2 of them from Calaveras County. It's no doubt and no wonder why the ultimate list of projects that is presented here is bringing no water, no additional storage, no, whether it's ground or surface, to this county. I find it rather odd that the collaborative effort of this group felt that it's important for CCWD to go over to Amador County to help PG&E desilt their reservoirs. That's just one example. This is one of the most studied rivers in the state, by the way. And I'm really beginning to question how AB 142, if it passes today, is going to affect this plan. But if you look at all of these lists, you'll see that the number 1, and you can't say number 1 through number 8, they're all equal standing here. Somebody decided number 1 needed to be number 1. And I know that being a trained facilitator, a facilitator uses their tilt, their training, to bring about a consensus that they prefer. Why do I know that? Because I was in these meetings. I found out that when you got into a conversation that the group as a whole didn't like, they had a tendency to move on. Please understand, on page 12 of the executive summary, it says the program should include the support for wild and scenic designation of the McCollum River. That's an interesting comment. How about in page 14, it says, CA 38, this program should avoid demand of new and larger on-stream dams. The program should avoid harming fisheries and other aquatic wildlife. It says the McCollum River watershed is less resilient to climate change. I'm sorry, weather patterns are climate change. It's just the way it works. But you'll notice that 1A and all of the projects listed in the 1A through 1G, 4 of the 6 of them had a project sponsor of somebody that wasn't even a water purveyor. You'll see something there in 8C about the Barney Way septic system. The likelihood of that happening is probably nil as long as the residents in Barney Way don't want it. So where is the water for Calaveras residents? It isn't in this thing at all.
and yet we're expected to join on, to participate, and to be a part of this thing. As you know, I said no, because I don't see this as a benefit to our county. And I wanted to read from the November 8, 2013 Moquise notes. The facilitator suggested the public not be allowed to listen in on the phone line. And by consensus, it was agreed that the public will not be allowed to listen in on the phone line. That's really open. Thank you.
I'm Scott, Taxpayer Association. We recommend you not endorse this program, and I think Dennis pretty well elaborated all the reasons for it. There's a trend toward increasing levels of government that are unresponsive to the people, unelected, but have power and empowered to tax. And we think this is not a good direction to go. And we would encourage this board and also the other boards that are involved with this thing to take hold of their responsibilities that for their ratepayers and constituents, and not diminish or pass on their responsibilities and the color of being a larger group. A joint powers agreement can be a very beneficial thing if it falls within the framework of responsibility of the participants, that they're responding to the needs of the constituents. But it can be really bad when it gets out of control. One example, of course, is the Central Sierra Planning Council and the tremendous amount of money, taxpayer money, that was lost in a mystery. And this partly came about because of the removal of responsibility of the participants from the activities and control of the organization. It's another level of government, and it's very difficult for the taxpayers to have control if their elected representatives don't have a good grip on it. So we recommend that you do not approve this. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Bob Garibaldi. I have property over in the 2nd District, McCollum Hill. I'm not sure exactly what this thing is coming down on us, but I'll give you an example of what's happening to us people out on our properties. I wanted to do a subdivision, and I'm in a 20-acre zone, which they want to change it to fee acres. And I just found out that if I do a 20-acre split, I can't use the water district. They're putting the water on hold on subdivisions of 20 acres. I can't drill a well on 20 acres. I have to drill a well on 40 acres or more. So I feel that these regulations coming down on us are pretty evil. And I just wanted to bring up that it's really restricting the people with properties, all these regulations that are coming down. I don't know what's being proposed on this deal here, but I originally thought being in a water district was a great thing, but I don't think it is anymore. I think it's going to be a hazard to our properties. So I appreciate you if you think about it and do the best you can on this issue. Thank you.
Sir? More public comments, please.
Vicki Reinke, Angels Camp. I'm speaking as a citizen on the Mokwise report. The report that I pulled off of the Mokwise website, anyway, had 21 programs or projects, so there's a few I think are missing, and they were in the 6 numbers, and I think they were the Calaveras County ones, but anyway, so I'm a little off on my report. But those programs or projects on this report are coming in at a cost of approximately $36,520,000 if you add up all the proposals. And I know the hope is to get funding from the Prop 1 monies that the state has. And the majority of these programs are studies. There's very little on the list that actually does anything to bring more water to people. So when I hear the word study, I hear somebody's just going to go out there and put together a report and tell us what we already know and spend a lot of money doing it. One fact is that there was only one project listed on the programs or projects that would require any new storage, and that was item 7B, to increase or raise the Bear Reservoir, which is only a feasibility study. It really doesn't say let's go in and raise the dam so we can have extra water when we get rain again. So again, it was just a study. It did nothing. And because the hope is to get money from Prop 1, it would be my opinion that people who voted for Proposition 1 were not voting to do a bunch of studies and giving money to organizations to study things. I would guess that most people voted for that because they want water in California for the people and farmers and ranchers. And this appears to be a list of environmentalists' policy rather than true help to provide water to people, farmers, ranchers. So it really concerns me. And I did attend one of their public meetings, and I did raise my hand and ask, what storage were you adding in this process? Because to me, that's huge. We need more water storage so we can get through these drought years, which we're in right now. So we're finding out what's happening with water when we don't have enough storage. And I was just ignored. And I figured, we've heard it before, and I'm just confirming that that was my feeling in this room, was that it was being controlled by a certain agenda, and that the people in the room really were just trying to push their own environmental agendas rather than let's really get some work done. I know Cliff has a watershed project that he'd like to work on. And to me, a lot of that made so much sense because it's going to get something done. It's looking at private companies to possibly clear land, and do something. So I guess my concern is that the money that they're asking for this whole project is a waste. We need to get action, not just go around making more work for people. So I hope that you'll take that in consideration. I don't know why we have to support it. I mean, sometimes it's a good statement to say, we want action. We don't want any more studies done. Sometimes you have to do a little bit of background before you do the project, but if you really read what this is all about, it's not about getting anything done. So thank you.
Any other public comments?
Hi, my name is Elaine St. John, and I live in the 4th District. I would like you to oppose this. I see it as another environmental tactic to get water from our county, and I believe that water is our most precious resource. Thank you very much.
Any other public comments? Okay. Comments from the board?
Well, first I want to thank the board for bringing this back. I take attendance at the meeting seriously, but I had something planned for a long time and wasn't able to make the last one. And then second, I appreciate all the comments made. I really do, and I read through this last weekend, or since it was posted, I suppose. And took into consideration the fact that I'm every week getting a call from someone in District 5 who is having a water issue, or I'm coming across it, or why are they planting so many walnut trees when, my well's going dry? And well, factually, we are an agricultural county, and we do have a lot of water resources in the McCollum that we've never used. So part of me doesn't want to say don't plant your walnut trees, because that's what we should be doing here. But we need to get the surface water to those trees. So when I read through this, I was very disappointed that the first priorities didn't say provide water to Calaveras and tell me how you're going to do that. And had they done that, I would have been jumping up and down and be the first person carrying a torch for this. But I can't support this with the way it's presented. I think it is upside down, and I would look forward to something that explains to me how we're going to bring water faucets in the county. And then after we've taken care of that, then let's talk about things like Chinook salmon or the trout in the rivers. I'm not above that. I've been a sportsman all my life. But the priority really should be making sure, especially in this time of severe drought, that the people in this county can go to their faucet and get water out of it. And that to me, I didn't see in this, so I won't be supporting it.
I've got a couple quick questions for planning, if you would. Yeah, probably does. Yeah. So say there's two choices. We either don't agree with this or we agree with it. But either way, there's a lot of other partners involved, a lot of other people involved, a lot of other organizations. So, like for instance, the one up in my district, the Barney Way one, or the one that 8B rehabilitation of the transmission line, which talks about a study to determine the benefits of replacing the water lines that run from Jeff Davis up in my district down to here, basically, and so that seems like definitely a really good project, specifically for the county. So how does it move forward? I mean, how do we get money to do that project through this process?
So what happens is, ultimately, to move forward on the projects, each project will then have its own individual stakeholder groups. So those folks that have sponsored those will then proceed to move forward and do agreements and establish smaller stakeholder groups that will also be available to any of those people that want to participate. Then the next step would be to go out and look for funding sources that can get that project up and moving.
And how does it help that, PUD obviously wants to do that project anyway. It's probably within, some CIP, hopefully, or something like that, to evaluate their own transmission lines. So how does it help to be part of this process to get that funding?
So what the hope is that because we have gone through this process as a collaborative group and we've included it in this plan, is that seeking funding sources would be much easier because some of the initial first steps have already been done.
Okay.
So that's the hope with these projects.
But as far as, sorry,
I will just clarify, there are 21 projects for policies and initiatives, but we've referred to them all as projects, so that's why I stated 25, just as a clarification from earlier.
So if we decide not to support this, does that hurt CPUD's chances of, because it seems to me like, I like this. I think it's a good process, but overall, but if we don't support it, it seems like CPUD can still move forward on doing this without really any harm to them, correct? Or does it help
Correct.
to have?
I mean, it doesn't, if the county chooses not to pass a resolution of support, as members of UMRA, and UMRA is the sponsor of some of these projects, I would say that if UMRA wanted to move forward, there may be some difficulty because the county itself wasn't a supporter of the Mogwais. However, on the project that you're talking about with CPUD and their transmission line, it's a study project to determine, how much water are they losing, what can they gain by replacing this line. As I don't believe
and we don't have any.
UMRA was even on there, so it's not going to affect them from moving forward in the process.
And then plus with UMRA, right, I mean, that's a separate board. We're voting
Correct.
members. So each of
Correct.
these individual projects
Mhm.
are going to come forward to UMRA, and then UMRA will vote on them
Right.
as a whole.
Right.
So, then you could have the support from UMRA. And then, in fact, UMRA supports this whole thing.
UMRA does support it. They have passed their resolution. But, to answer your question, it wouldn't stop CPUD or CCWD from moving forward on a project to obtain some sort of funding.
Okay. All right. And same with CCWD then, I guess.
Correct.
And we don't have any county projects.
We do not have any county projects that we are a sponsor or even a co-sponsor.
Okay.
We are just a stakeholder and part of the process.
Okay. All right. So there's really, this is kind of like a feel-good thing that we're doing. Hey, we
It's
support
a
it, or
feel-good
no, we don't
measure
support it. Or we can
to
be angry at
show,
it. or-
correct, that we've
Right.
participated in the process, that we support the end result of that process.
But it has
However,
no real true meaning because we don't have any stake in the game
we do not have any projects
as an entity.
as an entity. We are just an important stakeholder in the process.
All right. So this could be just an advisory kind of. It's not really. There's no money attached to it either way for us. We're just here to say, well, okay, well that's good to know because I think it's a very good project overall. That's all for the question for me. But thanks. I think it's just in our day and age, the best way to look at getting water to everybody is you go through a process like this. It's painful. Yes, I understand the study problem. We have studied the McCallie River quite a bit. Do we need to study it some more? But that's just how the process works. We have to do these studies. Like the feasibility study for raising Lower Bear, for instance, is going to help out Amador County. They have to go through the feasibility study to determine if it's a viable project. And that's how the process works. So, and I think it's important to look at all the different issues that come up. In a logical planning process, you want to look at all the different issues. You want to look at the environment. You want to look at society. You want to look at everything. The cost that's for a new dam proposal, for instance, compared to conservation and efficiency methods. We live now in this year 2015. It's a different time, so we need to move forward with different ideas and different ways of doing things. And this is not ideal, but it is how the world works right now. And so I really advise we support it, even though it doesn't have a lot in it. It supports our partners. When you look at people who supported it, I wrote down AWA, CCWD, and CPUD, as well as JVID. These are not exactly what you'd call radical environmental organizations. They are very, very conservative entities. And if they support it, I think you guys should be supporting it. But that's my 2 cents.
Okay. Any other comments from the board?
One quick question, Mr. Murphy. The handout you provided to the board, the arrows indicate agencies or groups that have went ahead and issued proclamations or have not.
They're simply the stakeholders that are water agencies supplying the water faucet.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Some are somebody who doesn't supply the water but still has it.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
A couple. Darcy, can you confirm, did CPUD pass this? I didn't hear where they are.
Yes, they did.
Okay, and CCWD?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, I'm supportive of this. I look at 6 different projects that have some benefit to Calaveras County, and I think this was kind of filtered through the process, the 2-year process, I believe, for this particular group to come together and look at everything. It's not perfect. I don't know what would be at this point, but I really see this as a regional effort that we participated in. I'm thankful that we did have a voice, because we maybe could not have had a voice as well and just let it be the water purveyor. So we were there at the table. And I think this is an effort of collaboration of all these partners in place. And I see this as an opportunity to support that partnership. As always with funding, I think they're going to look at how possibly these projects were collaborative at this process with MoakWise versus being independent and solo out there trying to seek out funding. So I think it's important that we have a united effort of these agencies as we pursue different funding sources. I do want clarification on these projects as they're numbered. Does that necessarily mean that's the ultimate priority of what this group will look at, or was just through the collaborative process how it was voted upon?
It was just through the collaborative process of how they were looked at, and a lot of them were grouped into the category of water resources, environmental benefit, groundwater storage. So that's how they were grouped. I mean, I can't speak to if there was a higher agenda or a hidden agenda in that process. So each one, because I have a 1 or because I have a 7, doesn't mean the ones are going to move forward. That's based upon that individual sponsor and those stakeholders and how they choose to move forward.
So with the project of CPUD and the rehab of transmission lines, or looking at that project, that doesn't mean that CPUD could not take that project and move it forward regardless of where it fell in this.
Right. They can
criteria.
Move it forward tomorrow.
So it's going to be up to each member entity, more or less, to move that project forward, yet knowing they have the MoakWise support in some capacity and ultimately to, what is it? I can never pronounce that name. The Umpqua board or? UMRA, thank you. Too many initials for me. But anyway, I mean, that's the ultimate board that's going to give some say yay or nay as they pursue funding.
In some cases, they may need UMRA's support or involvement.
Okay.
My guess is that being that they're upper, would probably want to be involved in a lot of those upper projects. So they've already provided their support for the MoakWise, which includes those.
Okay.
So it just depends on if they choose to go for them for additional support.
All right, thank you. It has my support. Again, I just see the regional effort involved with these member agencies and the collaboration, and there are 6 different projects here on this list that would benefit Calaveras County. Maybe not all districts. As I look at this, I don't see where, this would support a District 4, perhaps in the land use, but in District 2, I see a lot of particular benefit for these groups to be able to go forward and take a look. You're looking at Barney Way Septic, rehab of transmission lines, Lower Bear, groundwater banking, the land use. I mean, all sorts of projects here that I think ultimately would benefit Calaveras County directly or indirectly.
So you said the groundwater banking would benefit us?
It's possible. CCWD was part of that. If you look at that.
County.
If you look at it, CCWD was a sponsor.
Okay, what number is it?
Let me look and see the number. Maybe I misspoke. Groundwater banking evaluation within the Eastern San Joaquin Groundwater Basin.
Yeah.
Sponsors, SJC, GBA, CCWD, SJ, and SJWCD. So at some point I have to think that this was flushed out at that level with those member agencies.
Yeah, because the San Joaquin Basin does go, as you know, goes up into your district.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's a regional approach, I think, and it's nice to see that CCWD is on there with those other member agencies to look at that.
Okay. Any other board comments?
Mr. Chairman, I have just a quick comment. I'm encouraged that the the board was able to bring this back. I did receive more information through our presentations here at the public speaking session. I did also do some more research on it. And more importantly, being involved in activities on other programs regarding our water crisis situation. Having that knowledge and listening to our ladies and gentlemen at that microphone, I will not support this.
Okay. Any other board comments? And so I guess I'll call for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve a resolution to support the McElhenny Watershed Inter-Regional Sustainability Evaluation Program.
Second. Okay, so I have a motion by Supervisor Ponte, a second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. That's 3-2.
2-3.
Yeah, 2-3. Sorry. And I guess I should explain my vote. I was involved in some of these meetings. I watched Amador on the Lower Bears. That thing was thrown out until some other meeting that I guess people put up enough gripe, I guess, to at least get a feasibility study done on it. And but I don't anticipate. I'm watching eastern section of our, or the western section of our county suffer in water, not only surface water, but groundwater, and the restrictions put on us to be able to move water around. I just find it very, very difficult for me to feel like reintroducing a Chinook salmon to a river is going to help any of that. As a matter of fact, I think it hurts it. Because once you start creating habitat, then you start preventing anything from happening on that river. I think we should protect the river. It's one of our greatest resources. But I also think that we need to take care of us in Calaveras County. And I didn't see any projects that really did that. There was a couple of projects that helped, possibly, and they were just studies. But I can tell you right now, CPUD knows that their transmission lines need to be replaced. When most of us that use CPUD, like myself, are starting to get little chunks of pipe in their faucets. How much study do you need to figure that one out? One of the real things that I would have liked to see was maybe discussion around pipe from shads to intersect with the CUPD so that we can have get off curtailment basically. But then again, first most important things are fish and salmon. Well, and I think they're important too. But my priority is making sure that we in this county can take care of us and our needs. And agriculture is a big one. If we aren't able to access water for agriculture, we cannot grow our economy. And so I just look at it a little differently, I think, than a lot of folks. So as far as the meetings go, I was in a meeting. I gave a presentation on the watershed management program to UMRA. I was interrupted halfway through the presentation and asked, "Are you going to be finished soon? Because we got the rest of the agenda to get to." In the Mokwais, I had my camera or my phone like I always have, and I was told that somebody recognized me as recording it, part of the meeting, and that I wasn't allowed to do that. Right. But I wasn't recording. I was looking at my millions of messages that I get every day. So that's the kind of collaborative effort that was, at least that I experienced. And maybe it was just because I'm kind of a different type of person. I don't know. But so I just have my thoughts on how we, Chris was talking about how today's environment, this is 2015, and that we need to move forward in the way things are done. I don't really agree with the way things are done right now, and I believe that we need to move forward, but we need to move forward that in a way that benefits our county. That's my first priority, and I think the environment is extremely important to our county because we have to regenerate our resources year after year, and it has to be healthy. But I don't like supporting things that will work against that. So that's why I vote no to this. And so with that, I think we'll take a 15-minute break. All right, so why don't we reconvene, and we will go to number 18, Administrative Office, approve and authorize board chair to sign the attached response to the fiscal year 2014-15 grand jury report.
Thank you. On June 19th, the board received the copy of the grand jury report and has 90 days to respond as prescribed by California Penal Code 933. As done in the past, the Administrative Office drew up the draft responses to the findings and recommendations in the grand jury report that required Board of Supervisor response. I emailed those out to each of the board members for their comments, concerns, any revisions. Asked that they respond individually to me, not as a group, obviously, or to each other. I did not receive any comments back as far as requested revisions, so I brought forth the proposed responses to the grand jury report on behalf of the Board of Supervisors for approval and authorizing the chair to sign that response. Upon approval, the board chair can sign those, and we can get those to the Superior Court judge by the required date of September 19th.
Okay. So, do you have any public comments on this matter?
I have a question, not a comment. When an agency or department responds to the grand jury's questions and the responses are false, what action can be taken? Is it reportable to the district attorney that they're lying to the grand jury, or how is that handled? How could that be handled?
I guess I'm not quite sure what you're asking. Who would be making a false statement to the grand jury?
The responding party, the agency who the grand jury is questioning or looking into or interviewing. When the questions come back and they're published in a report and they're false.
So you're saying that the grand jury information is inaccurate, or the people responding to the grand jury is inaccurate?
Yes.
The second?
Pardon?
The second meaning the response to the grand jury is inaccurate?
Yes. And what they put out, as their report, you read it and you go, well, that's not true. Why did they
The
say?
response?
The response that is not true.
Typically, the response is the agency's opinion of what is being asked of them. If somebody disagrees with that information, it is something that that individual can bring back forward to the grand jury and identify as questioning the validity of it, because the grand jury can come back and ask for further clarification and for additional information from the agency.
Okay, so it would be another complaint in that complaint form. Thank you.
Joe Kelly from the unrepresented area of District 1. Under response to finding 5, this is about the jail. Adequate staffing of the jail remains an issue due to difficulty in recruiting, retaining correctional officers. Is this due to the folks come in there, they get their post-training somewhere, come in, stay a short time, and then get sucked up by the state for corrections? What is the thing that's causing the people to come in and go to work here in the jail process as correctional officers or whatever to be leaving in such short notice? Or is there a big retirement thing going on from the other folks that were here before the new jail was built? Down on the below finding 5, the last paragraph says the new jail has been in operation for 1 year. And that starts it out to make me go, well, so what? Because the next thing talks about an in-depth analysis would be required to determine additional staffing needs, resolve recruiting and staff retention issues, determine actual bed space costs. You know, we spent the county, the Board of Supervisors at the time, spent a whole heck of a lot of time going over things. They spent probably more time than it took to write this, going over the issue of how much they were going to spend on a consultant to figure out what they were going to do on a new jail when it originally started. So they also did talk about staffing and all this other stuff, and I thought there were in-depth analysis of it, and there were discussions that are all talked about in here as to, this is the other thing I like, is as such, in that same paragraph, as such at the bottom, as such, the county will also need to take into consideration the cost of services to inmates' families should they move to Calaveras County in order to be closer to family members. What? What cost of services to inmates' families? Are we going to support them? Are we going to do the same thing the federal government does and support undocumented aliens? Is that what these folks are coming in to be, or what? Or that they're legal citizens, or they're citizens born here, and we're going to have to support them? I don't quite understand this stuff that's written in here, and we need to understand it. AB, and then on the next page it says it's also important to note that state funding AB 900 was used to construct the new jail. Any agreements to rent bed space would require prior approval from the state. If I recall correctly, Sheriff Downham was very vocal about other county, state, and federal rental of bed space, and it never went anywhere. It's a shame that we didn't have a crystal ball to see what was going to happen now, or in the last few years, while this thing was being constructed and everything else. But while it was being constructed, other issues should have been looked at like these instead of waiting until after the first year of occupancy, and we're supposed to be at half level, and now we want to rent bed space. Again, it should have been all thought out as part of the original process. I sat through most all the original processes that went on. I want to be sure that law enforcement's 0.5% sales tax, Prop 172, 1993, the dedicated 0.5-cent sales tax is still going, or that proportionate share of whatever, however it goes, is going to the sheriff's office. I'm finding 10 employee separation costs have not been budgeted. These costs can include unused vacation, sick days, plus other contractual obligations. Response to finding 10. The Board of Supervisors agrees with finding 10. The recommendation will not be implemented at this time. It will be implemented when the county budget is structurally balanced and additional resources become available to fund the estimated employee separation cost of $1.6 million. So in this, does that mean there's a $1.6 million deficit in the scheme of things somewhere either within the financials of this jail or in the overall county budget?
30 seconds.
That's it. Thank you.
If I could address some of those questions and issues. The original staffing study that was done for the jail and operational costs was done in, I believe it was 2011. It was submitted to the state. Obviously, things have changed in the last 4 years, and it was our best guess of what some of those costs would be once the jail was up and running. And it's important, I think, to ensure that when we look at the cost of operating the jail, that we look at those indirect costs that are not strictly in the jail budget, and to make sure that the numbers that we put forth in the staffing report in 2011 are still accurate and still in place. The issues regarding recruiting and retaining staff, we're a small county. Our wages aren't necessarily comparable, especially the state jobs for correctional officers. There may be those who come in for a training ground in our jail. We are looking at, the Sheriff's Office has been looking at a new program to try and really support recruitment and retention of local people through the Sheriff's Intern Program. It will be mentioned in the budget presentation this afternoon, and it will be before the board for their consideration, hopefully on September 22nd as we plan. Part of the problem is our correctional officer salaries in comparison to the state jobs, and we can't raise those to that level, so we do have to look at other methods of recruiting and retaining. And I think the interim program will help us with that. As far as renting out bed space, yes, Sheriff Downham did talk to that extensively, but it was more in regards to what the Sheriff Dormitory, which was the additional space that was going to be constructed with Measure J funds, should those funds carry that far. Once we got into the full construction and design of the buildings, it became clear that the dormitory was not a possibility. We did not have sufficient funding through Measure J to do the matches that were required for the jail, plus the Sheriff's Office building, and the dormitory was eliminated, and that was where then Sheriff Downham was really looking to do the rent space. Because AB 900 funding was used for a huge portion of the jail, we are required under the resolutions that were adopted and passed in the agreements that we have with the state that any and all contracts, it doesn't matter whether it's contract for food, whether it's contract for radios, it doesn't matter what the contract is for, it has to be approved by the state and go through the state. That's why it is stated in here that any rental of bed space would require a contract with a surrounding county or another entity. It would require to be taken to the state for their approval. As far as cost of families of the inmates that may be incarcerated under the realignment with state prisoners, possible AB 109, staying in our jail for a longer period of time. If those are the inmates that are brought into the jail and they're going to be incarcerated 3 to 5 years, there's a good possibility those families may move into the county to be closer, and yes, they may require services such from Health and Human Services, whether it's through the Affordable Care Act, whether it's through CalFresh or whatever. We don't know. We've never really done a study as to how many families relocate to be close to their family members, and what services they then go to the county and request through Health and Human Services or through social services. So it would be interesting to see what other counties have experienced if they rent bed space, and if not, just taking into consideration how many in our own county have families that are availing themselves of those services while their family member and maybe a portion of their family support is incarcerated. And unfunded liability, trying to get them all. Unfunded liability, at the moment, the county is more of a pay-as-you-go. So when somebody leaves county employment to take another job, what we're paying out is vacation. We don't pay out sick time except for if somebody retires, they can take up to $1,500 of their sick time and or apply the portion to their service credit. At the moment, when somebody leaves, they are paid out their vacation time. It comes out of whatever budget unit they are salary and wages are paid in. And on most times, because of the length of time it takes to recruit a new position for that job, it doesn't seriously impact that budget. However, there are times when it does, especially if it's a long-standing employee and we're talking a lot of money. A significant payout of 320 hours. Or there's been other things that take into consideration. Then it could impact budget, and we would look at that at that time. The unfunded liability to fund that $1.6 million or stop funding it, yes, it would be a good idea. It would look good on our financial statements. It would be there so that budgets wouldn't have to take a hit. But on an ongoing basis, our annual expenditures still exceed our annual revenues, and we are using our fund equity balance that was rolled forward of unspent money from the year before and a portion of teeter funds to close that deficit. So until we close that gap further, I couldn't recommend trying to fund that $1.6 million. And that at this point in time, we continue to fund that as we go. When people leave, we pay out, and it comes out of the department's budget.
Was that all?
I think that was everything.
Wow. That's good. Any other public comments?
I had got a lot of comments, but they're already answered. I want to say that I'm proud of this board. You've done a very good job in administration. The grand jury thing is a lot of it seems in me to be a little bit frivolous, and however the reasoning behind your response seemed to be pretty good. And now I do have a question on that 1.6 million. If the 1.6 million is not budgeted, but it's going to be spent, then the money has to come from somewhere. So it has to come out of your reserves or contingencies or some other place. Why not put in the budget to begin with?
At the moment, Mr. Segala, the money comes out of the departmental budget. So if I was to leave today or retire today, the money to pay out my vacation time would come out of the administrative office current year budget. And with the thought that by the time the board found someone to replace, that recruitment time and the salary savings going forward would cover the cost of the payout of the vacation. So the vacations are being paid out within department budgets in the current fiscal year as they happen. The $1.6 million is based on everybody's accrued vacation time on the books times their hourly rate, what the cost would be if all of county government employees left at the same time would have to pay out that $1.6 million.
Okay, I understand that better. What is our current liability for CalPERS? I understand that there's an unfair liability that has to do with the payments that we make for the future. Do you have roughly what that amount is?
Is it about 19 million now, or is it more? 33 is that for safety and? No, it's just for. Okay. What that is again, we don't have to pay the 33 million all at once.
Right.
It is calculated into our annual rate that we pay based on the employee salaries each year. So every year around October, we get what the rate is going to be for the coming year. That rate is to cover not only to hopefully start paying down the unfunded liability, but it's also to fund the current year's cost. So what PERS looks at is they do an actuarial determining where our employees are, when they're likely to retire, the history behind it, how old they will be, how long they'll collect benefits, et cetera, how much they earned return on investment compared to what they estimated, and they calculate each county's contribution rate.
Okay.
Which actually is probably a question for our next agenda item, right?
Okay.
And I think there's a slide that will be speaking to some of those PERS issues that the auditor controller will be talking about after lunch.
Okay, well, that's good. Then good time for me to sit down. Thank you.
Thanks, Al. Didn't mean to chase you off there, Al.
Vicki Ranke, Angels Camp. I just wanted to bring up one of the findings and recommendations and ask that you make this a priority in this county. And that is finding 3, recommendation 2. The grand jury recommends that the county explore opportunities to grow its revenue and tax base. For example, streamlining the permitting process could help attract new business to the county while aiding local contractors and existing small business owners. That sounds like a really, really good idea, and I hope that it comes up on your agenda soon. Thanks.
That's related to the wells in the Wallace part of the county?
Yeah.
It says many wells in the western part of the county draw water from the San Joaquin County water subbasin and have failed.
It's only under there, but the whole idea
Right.
is important in the county. You might work that out.
Yeah, that's what that finding is referring to. But your comment is countywide.
Right.
Okay.
In all of the permitting.
It's also finding 3 under the county administrative office and budget process, and it speaks to opportunities to grow revenue and tax base. But again, the revenue and tax base for the county itself, for county government itself, is very limited. Our largest revenue is from property taxes, and so yes, the economy would affect home values as people come in, and those are added to the base. But beyond that, it's very limited as outside of fees for service that have to have a nexus to actual cost of providing those services. The board is very okay. I'll be quiet.
Ring the bell.
It's very limited to what the board can do. Some of the options are an increase to the TOT or to the sales tax, but again, that requires voter approval.
All right. Any other public comments?
My pet peeve. Oversight of Calaveras County water providers. 18.8, page 193. We created it. I'm talking about a board of supervisors. And you constantly funding one way or another pros and cons. We've got issues concerning water. I feel as a taxpayer, I either pay double for the ideology, or you two are nullifying each other. That's why I brought up a while back about property tax, how much no stakeholders are still paying into water districts. And I know it's been done for a long time. But just like we had Board of Supervisors here for a long time, we managed to change those things. This is an important issue. Either you're both speaking, let's be paying double for the ideology that you want to promote. I don't care which side of the water issue you're on. Or CCWD who decided to speak on behalf of everybody because they get property tax from everybody. You receive money and you disagree, let's nullify it. Us, the suckers, the taxpayers, we pay double for the same damn thing. It's a waste. Tuolumne County watershed deal a couple of years, 2 years ago, you both put $16,000 or $13,000 into it. You give it to Tuolumne Water District. Nothing ever happened. You ratepayers pay twice for the same policy. I know there's a difference between getting rid of waste and water rights. One, you can turn a faucet off. Another one is you're required to get rid of it. And some of it in your districts. If you think there might be some, let's say not exactly clean activities, the Board of Supervisors in prior years, you want to see a slump, a totally wet sludge. That's CCWD. Get it straight, folks. That's CCWD. And I don't want to go into the details right now. It's not the time. But that stinks like holy hell, folks. I hopefully sometime in the future take a look at it. The Board of Supervisors created them. The Board of Supervisors can do something about it. Because the only ones who's really getting the real share is your constituents. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Board comments?
Shirley, how long do you spend with the grand jury? What's the process? Do they meet with you on an annual basis? Do they meet with you on complaint driven only?
They meet as required. They require or will request a meeting with the CAO. I spent about 3 hours with them and gave them an overview of the budget process as assistant CAO last year. Again, it just depends. I don't know how much time the previous CAO spent with them prior to the putting out this report. I do know that outside of that one meeting with them to basically go over discuss budget, they did not ask me to return. Okay. And each grand jury is different. I think it really depends on what areas they're looking at and how much that they need the input from the CAO. But each grand jury is different.
So, any other board comments?
No. Oh, quick comment. A couple of things. Through AB 109, I noticed that we provide services to families of inmates that are here for 3 to 5 years. Is there any provision for reimbursement from the state to the county for those services by those families?
Through the CCP, which is where the AB 109 money comes through, they meet, and it's all the interested parties that have that are involved in serving those inmates and their families. Specifically, 109 provides services to the inmates, not to the families themselves. If the family requires services such as CalFresh, which used to be called food stamps, or through the Affordable Care Act or Medi-Cal or Cash Aid, that would be done through Health and Human Services, as well as employment training or anything else. And that is state and federally funded for the most part, with depending on the program, a share of cost. CalFresh is 100% federally funded. So there's another pocket of money to serve those families and with those particular.
So those
services.
benefits are actually received by the inmate, and it's filtered down.
No. Those that have come through Health and Human Services are funded for the families, not for the inmate.
Okay.
The AB 109, any services they are provided through AB 109, whether it's helping them get their GED, helping with substance abuse issues, helping with mental health issues, whatever their issues are, job, whatever, that's funded through AB 109. The other part is their families. If their families are impacted because somebody's incarcerated and that was their major breadwinner, they would then go to Health and Human Services and apply for aid. Could be cash aid, could be food stamps, could be health insurance, whatever.
But it doesn't matter if they were families of inmates or not. Anybody.
No, anybody.
Any resident of the county.
Anybody that qualifies. What I'm saying is there's this one pot of money through federal and state and programs in place to help those people who are living below the poverty line, and then there's this other pot of money, the AB 109, that is strictly for the inmates.
I did notice in reviewing this once again, we have an audit system in place for our county, correct?
Yes, we
Outside
do.
audit?
Yes, we have, the current outside auditing firm is Smith & Newell. I think they've already been here a little bit, and they'll be here more in October. They do the comprehensive audit of all our funds to ensure that we are abiding by all the laws that we're supposed to be abiding by, and that we're using the money, that the audit is ensuring that we use the money the way we're supposed to use the money. They do a very comprehensive audit.
I brought that up because I noticed that, I might have misinterpreted it, that the grand jury suggested that a more complete audit or something took place.
No, what they were suggesting was that they wanted to participate in the process of selecting the outside auditing firm.
Okay.
And we have done that for the last 2 RFPs. We have included members on the grand jury, on the review panel, that reviews the applications of the firms that have submitted proposals to do our outside audit. They just wanted, what they recommended was that be formalized in writing, that policy or that procedure formalized in writing, that the grand jury sits on and participates in the review and recommendation of the outside auditing firm.
Okay, thank you very much. One more last issue. It's my understanding that any contract regarding rental out space of our existing jail has to be approved by the state.
All contracts have to be approved by the state.
Do we have any
for the jail
programs right now? I know now we're in 2015. We've got our jail up and running. I know we have a staffing problem. But do we have any projected programs in place now to achieve that rental income from jail?
I think we have to do some further analysis because we've had staffing shortages in the jail for such a lengthy period of time. It's how many more staff would be required. Can we get them, quite frankly? And I believe that the Sheriff's Office is working on that analysis. And the problem is retention as well. So again, we need to look at what it is that we need to do to retain the correctional officers. And one of the things that, as I mentioned, is the student intern program, which will give those people from ages 18 to 21 who can't go into the academy a chance to go into the intern program, work in the different divisions of the Sheriff's Office, custody and control, communications, which is dispatch, evidence, and admin. I don't have it in front of me, so I don't remember all the components. But and hopefully that they'll realize that somewhere along the way, this is what would a career that they would like. And if they're 18 and they've passed all the background and everything else, and they decide that a correctional officer is what they want to be here in the county where they reside, then they can go through and move into that if provided they meet all the requirements.
Historically, those programs are very successful for new candidates for law enforcement.
For recruiting, for the sheriff's recruit, it has been successful in the past, and that's when they're at least 20 and a half, because they have to be 20 and a half to go into the academy. They go through the academy pass and come back and work for the sheriff's department. There really hasn't been one in place to look at the same for custody, correctional officers, that type. The intern program is relatively new. Stanislaus County just implemented it recently. We've kind of modified it so it benefits, the sheriff's office has modified it so it benefits their needs, and we're putting the final touches on that to come back for approval. But that gives them the opportunity to look at other areas of law enforcement that they normally wouldn't have that ability to do, because with the sheriff's recruit, it's you go into the academy and you either make it or you don't.
Thank you very much.
And that kind of coincides with us getting Delta College to do some of the administrative justice classes up here too, so that bolsters that program a little bit.
And then just to follow up on the grand jury with the auditor, prior to me taking office back in 2011, we determined that there probably was not enough involvement from the grand jury on making the selection of the independent auditor. So we did coordinate with the grand jury and the administrative office to put out an RFP. We made sure that the grand jury members were actually part of putting the RFP together, sitting on that panel and making the selection. So, I think it's kind of new because I think historically Shirley and I both looked and we couldn't really see the last time that may have happened in that way. But really, we're there not only to facilitate, basically independent audits. If there were some concerns with which the grand jury can certainly reach out to that independent auditor if they had some concerns on a financial basis to the outside auditor, but they also help make sure that the county is keeping on track with any changes that the state controller is bringing down, the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, major changes that PERS might have in place. So they're really trying to keep us on top of all of those accounting changes, and they're making sure that we're not under or overstating revenues or expenditures, and that's important for our outside audience. If our credit rating is based on our financial reports, they want to make sure that those financial reports are as accurate as they possibly can be.
Thank you very much.
And there were, out of a review panel of 5, there were 2 grand jury members on the last review panel.
Okay.
Okay, any other comments?
Sorry, I missed that.
Any other comments?
Wasn't mine.
Seriously. All right. Yeah, it was perfect, huh? That's why it's any other.
It had a dramatic effect.
Yeah. So, can I have a motion, please, to approve this the response to the grand jury?
So moved.
Second. Okay. So I have a motion by Supervisor Ponte, second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's 5-0. Okay. So before we move on to number 19, which is going to be probably lengthy, we're going to break for lunch. So we'll be back. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. Okay. So let's reconvene, and now we're on agenda item number 19, which is our final budget.
Hi, good afternoon. We're going to go through the budget hearings for final budget 15-16. And again, they were scheduled for today. Super curious in this open public hearing. Budget. At that point, you can take public comments. Then the recommended actions would be to close the public hearing for the board to ask any questions and any discussions, and then hopefully direct the CAO return on the 22nd with what the solutions required to implement the 15-16 budget. So just a real quick, where did we end up at the end of fiscal year 2014-15? Overall, when we compare our actual revenues to our budgeted, we were about 1.5 million down. Taxes were up about 1.8%. Some of that had to do with sales and use tax as things were getting a little bit better. That was up 6%. The TOT was up 3%. Franchise fees were up about 5%. License, permit, and franchise fees, which are an increase of 14%. Most of that can be attributed to building permits. Also, in intergovernment revenue, we received an additional $300,000, a little over $300,000 in SB 90 money that was actually expected to be received in fiscal year 15-16. So, in part of the technical adjustments, we have reduced the revenues in 15-16 because the money actually came in on June 25th, I believe it was, 2015, and became part of our cash carry or fund balance. The big one is the other financing sources at $1.2 million less than what we expected, and that basically has to do with transfers between departments for county reimbursement. And it was, when the auditor controller looked at it, it really became an accounting function that if you want to know the details of that accounting function, you can let the auditor controller explain it to you. But it was just the change in the methodology of how those transfers were made, which shows that it was less than expended. The good news was that we budgeted $1.8 million to balance the fiscal 14-15 budget that we needed because revenues were a little more than expected, and because departments were really conservative in their spending, and we had some salary savings due to vacant funded positions. We only had to transfer $900,000 out of the TITA fund for year end. So again, in appropriations, as you can see, our salary and benefits were less than expended, and again, that had to do with a lot of vacant positions that were funded that there were delays in filling for one reason or another, if there were recruitment issues or what have you. Just in the admin office alone, it took us quite a bit of time to fill the assistant CAO position. And that position wasn't actually filled into the current fiscal year. And services and supply, again, departments' efforts to save where they could. And the good news is we did not have to expend any of the contingencies that were budgeted. And that's always a good thing. That means we didn't have any unanticipated expenses that we couldn't cover within departmental budgets. And we had no real emergencies outside work. I hope that continues. So our fund budget overview. As you know, at recommended budget, with the adoption of the recommended budget, when we talked to the board about coming back, we said that what we would be bringing, for the most part, were technical adjustments. So with that, all funds are balanced. All funds, the appropriations total almost $134 million, with revenues of nearly $112 million, the difference being fund balances that were carried forward and unspent. The general fund Appropriations total a little over $43 million, and revenues of $40 million, with a cash carrying or fund balance of just over $3 million. And again, if you remember, at recommended budget, it was about $2.4 million is what we were estimating. Over half of that is attributed to that SB 90 revenue that came in right at the end of the year that we had budgeted as revenue for 15-16. The fund balance in TITA reserve is used to balance the general fund, the $3 million balance, and just under $1 million in TITA reserve. There really are just minor changes in the general fund from recommended. There are technical adjustments related to year-end close, such as the adjusting for the fund balance, adjusting for SB 90 revenue that was received, so we had to reduce the revenue, property tax roll closing at 5.6 versus 4%. So all those kind of technical adjustments have been included, and we'll kind of go into what those adjustments are later on in the presentation. We were able to increase contingencies from $745,000, which was about 1.7% of appropriations, to $1.2 million, which is 3% of appropriations, and that is within the board's principles of a 3 to 4% general fund contingency. And how do we do that? And basically what I was talking about is that we did it through departmental fiscal restraint, not spending as much as they had budgeted, salary savings from vacant positions, revenues coming in a little bit higher than we expected. The general fund reserve, I think I could let Rebecca talk about this one.
So the general fund reserve, we're maintaining at the $2.4 million for final budget. It's important that we have adequate reserves and contingencies. There's a big part of our credit rating that looks at that. And even from an operational standpoint, we would want to ensure that we keep an appropriate reserve and contingency. So if you look, the GFOA recommendation, which is the Governmental Financial Officers Association, it's a cash equivalent to about 2 months of operating revenues, which is about $6.9 million. We try to keep that for a multitude of reasons. Every year we kind of talk about, well, I mean, what's the real point of having reserves and how come we have to have so much contingencies? The Auditors Association tries to get together, and Calaveras is not necessarily like LA County and some of the larger counties. So the Northern California auditors actually get together. We try to get together once a year. So we can kind of compare apples to apples. And it was an interesting meeting that we had last year with the auditor controller from Tuolumne County, if you recall, not that long ago, the rim fire. That was a really important lesson that Tuolumne County learned, in that, you'll hear, well, if something really catastrophic happens, FEMA will come in and they'll help us. Well, they may or they may not. And the bottom line is, even if they do, you can almost guarantee you're going to be waiting for money for 18 to 24 months. So if we have to wait for those expenses to be reimbursed for 18 to 24 months, we have to make sure that we have adequate reserves and contingencies. And we would certainly hope that that would never happen in Calaveras County. But if it does happen, we have to be in the position to protect ourselves and our constituents. In addition, our credit rating is also very important. It determines what our rates are going to be for capital leases. If you recall, in the last several budgets, the Sheriff's Department has done capital lease purchases for vehicles. But in addition to that, it also determines what our bond ratings are. Now, we could sit here and say, well, we're not going to issue any new bonds, but what we do, the administrative office and my office, are constantly looking at ways that we can potentially save the county money. So we do look at our current outstanding bonds, and we do determine if it's possible that we could refinance that debt. And in order to refinance that debt, there would have to be a new issuance of bond. If we don't have an adequate credit rating, that would make it more expensive. So these are things that we all look at on a regular basis, and so it's important that we keep a healthy credit rating.
So taking a look at the revenues and expenditures, when we compare final budget to recommended budget. And basically, you can see in revenues there's really very small adjustments. In taxes, that is the increase from property taxes from the estimate of 4% to 5.66%, a 1.6% increase. Intergovernmental state, that is a negative number. It is the increase to vehicle license fee, which is considered a state revenue, the Sheriff's Homeland Security grant, but it's offset by that reduction to revenue that we had to make for the SB 90 mandate revenue reimbursement. And federal, intergovernmental, that is the 3/4 of the DUI grant that the district attorney's office has been receiving the last couple of years. When they budgeted that recommended, they only put in the 1/4, because it follows the federal year, October 1st through September 30th. They only put in the first 3 months of the year revenue and associated expenses. This is the additional 3 months, 3/4 of revenue, and also on the flip side will be 3/4 of expenses. Miscellaneous revenue, $36,000, not really that much, or other financing uses. The operating transfers in. When the TEETR program was instituted back in the late 90s, one of the conditions that was put on that was to do an annual transfer from TEETR to the general fund, because they didn't want the general fund to lose the normal penalties and taxes they would be getting on it. Because of the increase that the auditor has seen, she recommended that we increase that allocation from $250,000 a year to $500,000 a year. So that is part of the operating transfers in. And then to actually balance the budget, we left it at the $978 that was in recommended.
When we talk about SB 90, do you know what that is? Do you know kind of?
Talk about what?
When we talk about SB 90 revenues, do you know what those are?
No.
So the state mandates the county to do things. And because the state mandates it to do these certain functions, it could be elections, it could be Brown Act open meeting, it could have to do with victim services. There's a whole multitude of things that the state decides that they want local jurisdictions to be mandated to do. If they mandate something, they have to also pay for it. So what we do every year is we are having departments track their associated costs for those mandated activities, and then we submit a claim to the state. So what the state basically did, they paid us for mandates that were pre-2004. They've owed us this money since before 2004, and they finally got around to paying us for those mandates. So it really is one-time revenue, if you think about it, because we're probably not getting that again. And then the state is being really, really diligent about unmandating certain activities. Once a function has been mandated for so long and the constituency gets used to that level of service, the state basically will pull back that mandate and say, well, we're not going to make that a mandated function anymore, but good luck trying to stop doing it, because then you're going to hear your constituents complain to you that they can't get X, Y, or Z. So it kind of, we're kind of stuck with those activities, although they may not necessarily be mandated by the state anymore, and if they're not mandated by the state anymore, then they're no longer required to pay for them. So we still have outstanding mandates that the state does owe us money for, but it's completely dependent on if the state has adequate funding in their budget to pay for those. So at this point, they've paid us for the pre-2004, and that debt is wiped clean. And then maybe in 2030, we'll get the pre-2015 mandates.
So you have a list of those?
Yes.
And how much we received?
How much we just received, or how much we
from them?
Yeah.
So moving on to appropriations and the changes to appropriations from recommended in salary and benefits is about $171,000, and that is directly related to the DUI grant for the district attorney's office because that grant does fund some position I forget how much, a position and then part of another one in the district attorney's office. In services and supplies, it's increases to utilities, it's some copiers that are not considered capital assets for the duplication fund with offsetting revenue coming in from a designated fund. It's additional legal fees for the county counsel's office, and it's expenses related to grants. In the general fund capital assets, that $38,999 is related to the Homeland Security grant and 3 repeated base stations. So, and then again, just looking at it by functional areas, we have general government, we have public protection, we have the different areas according to the functions they serve, and this is just the increase based on that. Again, the 131 is related to utilities and copiers and outside legal fees. The sheriff is related to the increase of grants. They got the Homeland Security grant and the NPD grant. Or say try number one is right. And again, then the increase to contingencies to bring it up to the 3% from the 1.7% that it was at recommended. So let's get into the nitty-gritty, which is the technical adjustments. And for non-general fund, enterprise fund, special district, and non-council agencies, it increased the appropriations pretty significantly and the revenues by $5 million, appropriations by $12 million. A lot of it had to do with the rebudgeting of capital roads projects. Inherently, we have to rebudget those because those are multi-year projects. So they do what they best guess at recommended, but then they actually load in the actual amounts that they need to budget for at final. There's changes and requests related to integrate waste management. There's capital equipment in Public Works requests for roads and IWM. There's increases due to the public and mental health programs, and there's some additional positions that were requested by Public Works and Health and Human Services related to those items. For most of this is a non-general fund, and there's no general fund contribution to this. As far as the Public Works issues go regarding capital roads projects, integrated waste, and capital equipment, if you'll recall, over the last several months, Director Jeff Rovitz was here before the board, kind of going over each division of his department and the needs and the shortfalls and the strategies to try and meet those needs. So again, some of that was included in final budget. It was not included in recommended because he had just come on board and really had to do an assessment of the needs for the department. So additionally, there was an increase to the CLP certificates of participation in GO bond reserves, and that's the money collected to make that debt service payment. It's not money that's going to be spent any other way than to make the debt service payment on the government general obligation bond and the certificates of participation. For the certificates of participation, the funding stream is tobacco master settlement money, and so that goes into that fund to make that debt service payment. And any additional money above that stays in that fund until we have at least 2 years payments worth in reserve. And once that happens, then we can either look at paying down the COP or starting to use that money above a 2-year annual payment for capital needs. And again, the general obligation bond, that's money collected through the property tax rolls for repayment of the debt on Measure J. So what were the increased appropriations for the general fund? They totaled about 1.3, almost $1.4 million. We added 5,200 into the sheriff's budget for the intern program. I spoke a little bit about that prior to the lunch break. I think it's a really great program that they want to bring forward. The outline of the program, based on this program, will be hopefully here on September 22nd for the board's approval of the program and components itself. So that was included. County Council in closed session was the board directed to add $50,000 for outside legal counsel fees. We got, after recommended budget came in, we got the notice, actually it was the diligence and research by the auditor controllers, and the CPPA rates are going up. And so we did some calculations and increased the electricity costs and utilities by $39,000. Included also is the sheriff's software cost for RIMS. There was some back and forth.
CPPA rates went up already?
They go up every year. We just didn't have that information at recommended budget.
Really?
Yeah.
But this assumes we still continue to have some.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about that later.
Because I remember sending that to you.
Yeah.
It's going to go up. Is it one?
I thought it was 4%.
No. No.
Anyways, it was not included in recommended, but we are including it for final. We're adjusting it for final. The sheriff's software cost, RIMS cost, this is a past-due invoice. There's been a lot of back and forth with the Sunridge, I wanted to say SunGard, I knew that was the financial system. Sunridge, then you're trying to determine what had happened and how a prior year had gotten missed. The sheriff and I met with his staff, and we agreed to split a 50-50 between general fund and 8443. So that's how the appropriation's there, but it's split with funding from general fund and from 8443. The Homeland Security costs, the grant money went into there, and these are the costs associated with that grant. Again, I mentioned the district attorney's DUI grant appropriations for 3/4 of a year. We were able to transfer the $125,000 that we didn't include in recommended budget to fund that 27th pay date, and that's coming up next year. So that way departments won't have to take the hit for the cost of that additional payday within their budget. We have the funds set aside, and we figure a general fund payroll runs around $900,000. So for some of the departments, it's really going to be beneficial that they're going to be able to see that funded and not have to reduce their appropriations to make up for that. And I'm sure there's departments that will be really glad to hear that. Also, when the Public Works Director spoke to you during his presentations of facilities, one of the things he talked about was the deferred maintenance of our buildings here at Government Center. Much like our IT infrastructure that we let go for so long, we've also kind of let the capital work that needs to be done in these buildings go. And we only have a small pot of money to deal with that, and that's in the COP budget. And once that's gone, we really have no other mechanism to handle those costs. So one of the things I'm recommending, and I will, if the board is supportive of it, I will come back when we do the budget resolutions with a resolution setting up a designated fund for future capital building maintenance. So we can start setting a little bit aside each year so that we at least have some money to handle new roof cost, or if the HVAC system needs upgrades, or whatever it may be. So once that COP money goes away, we still have some funds that can maintain our buildings. And of course, we increase contingencies so that it brought it up to the level of 3%, which is the budget principles of the board. And then there were other minor adjustments. I didn't want to go into all those really small ones. They were attached to your board packet, and but they were relatively minor in nature, but I wanted to address the bigger issues. So again, we were able to increase the fund balance by a little over $600,000. Again, over 50% of that was related to the unexpected receipt of revenue from the SB 90 mandates. And before the close of the year, we saw increased revenue of $737,000, part of it being property taxes, part of it being the vehicle license fee, the reduction for the SB 90 mandate, adding in grant revenues for Homeland Security and the UI grant, and then the upping the annual transfer from D to TDER. Again, there were minor adjustments regarding prior year revenue from that first 6 months of the year from the renegotiation of the lease on the Colombo building and transfers in from the duplication fund and criminal justice facilities fund. So going forward, there were some staffing changes requests, but the final budget permanent position requests do not add general fund expenditures to the budget. They are all funded within the departments or the funds that are asking for them. In Public Works and Integrated Waste Management is an administrative assistant that would provide support to management and staff at the Rock Creek facility. There are an equipment operator, hazardous, and 2 road maintenance workers or landfill maintenance workers on hazardous. And this is to assist and operate the countywide food waste processing and diversion programs that we've been instituted to reduce the impact of green waste on our landfills. And a slight increase in time for the administrative assistant and public access television. That position supports public access TV manager with our studio operations and kind of covers for him, so he can on occasion take a vacation or time off. In Health and Human Services, there is a request for a new social services supervisor who will perform quality assurance management for the in-home supportive services program. A 0.5 social worker 4 for to support the adoptions programs and all that entails. In public health, a 0.5 public health nurse that will help provide services to the adult protective services and in-home supportive services programs. A 1.0 community health assistant, and basically what they're doing is eliminating the health educational specialist and in its place putting the community health assistant. And in behavioral health services, a technical training specialist. This is will fill an identified need for technical training to support staff, vendors, and mental health programs. In the Sheriff's Office, what was included was the cost for 3 extra hire recruits and the associated academy training and equipment costs. And the Sheriff's Office agreed to fund those with salary savings from the vacant positions of the deputies that are on military leave at the moment. There's the intern program, that was the $55,200 that we added to general funds to the budget for the intern programs. This will fund 4 extra hire interns, and it's based on the number of hours that were included in the program that I had originally seen, and that program will come to the board again as we hope that we finalize it all and get it to you on September 22nd. In addition, on capital assets, there were a number of capital assets. Additional costs, it was determined that the palm reader for the live scan machine in the jail was going to actually cost an additional $1,200. That's coming out of the jail budget with no additional general fund costs. The 3 repeater base stations, that's funded with a Homeland Security grant. Again, no general fund cost. There's a transfer in from Health and Human Services to for their IT infrastructure. We wanted to keep all that IT infrastructure costs and appropriations in one spot. There was an adjustment in Public Works Transit, reducing the cost on the bus stop improvements. Again, that affects the transit fund. In the equipment services was a shop, easy for me to say, shop service truck, and that's 3 times fast, for $160,000. Again, all these are funded within the Public Works Fund. 2 diesel particulate filters, 3 dump trucks with snow plows, 3 snow plow trucks, a semi-truck, and then they're eliminating the request that they had at recommended budget for the printer and the surveyor's office. Again, if you need more detail on the needs of the equipment, I'm sure Jeff Burgess would be happy to talk to you about those. But again, I think he mentioned a lot of those in those presentations that he's done over the last few months. And within integrated waste management, a tub grinder, a fuel and lube truck, a quick cupola for a Cat 938H, a hauling truck, a walking floor trailer, and a yard mule. And again, a reduction in the capital assets for the copier that Health and Human Services and Mental Health asked for because it turns out it was under the capital asset threshold.
So every year we go over, teeter to make sure that you know how much money is in there. So our actual balance as of June 30th was $8.6 million because on June 30th we actually do a transfer into teeter based on what we can. And then what the budgeted uses were, Shirley talked about increasing that $250,000 to the $500,000, which is in here. There was the gap funding of the $728,000, and then we also have talked at length about IT infrastructure investment that we need to do of $1.5 million. So with all of that, and inclusive of what I believe we will, I should say 15, 16 revenue, sorry. We should, sorry, that was my bad. I don't know. Anyway, we should see an additional $1.5 million, but I won't know until June 30th of 2016 what that number is actually going to be. So we would estimate, based on all of this, that we would land at about $7.4 million ending balance in teeter as of June 30th, 16.
What did we receive June 30th, 15? What was it in June 30th, 15?
It was 8.6.
Okay.
So it was less than that until we did the transfer into this teeter fund. So what happens is every year we look at all of the delinquencies and we look at the recoveries that occurred in the teeter fund. Mm-hmm. Actually, it's called the Tax Loss Reserve Fund. Okay? And then we are required, based on whatever the assessed value is countywide, we're required to keep 1%. So that balance has to stay in that Tax Loss Reserve Fund to pay for any losses. So if there was a property that went to sale and we can't recover the property taxes at auction, that tax loss reserve is there. That's the whole purpose, the true purpose of the tax loss reserve. So we would basically just, we're not out the money, we would take the losses out of that fund. So we always have to keep that balance there. Whatever's left over above and beyond that 1% that we have to keep, we transfer to this fund, and this is the part that you have authority over.
So is that your best guess estimated?
The 7.4.
Okay.
Yeah.
But even though it was 8.6 the year before.
No, it just was 8.6. It's 8.6 right now at this very moment.
Well, a couple of years ago, we got ripped for borrowing into it, and it was down to like 3.5.
Because we were going to use $3.3 million.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was getting at. We were using a lot more of it than we are now.
we're kind of weaning ourselves off. So if you recall discussions that we've had, Teeter is really letting us have a soft landing. We're trying not to decimate every department out there to make up for the fact that we don't have revenue, but we still have expenses. So if we can use Teeter balance as a soft landing, help this do the stopgap of, $728,000 or $3.3 million or whatever it is that we are upside down that particular year, then we have hopes that we can make changes either through reductions in expenses, whether that's for refinancing certain debt that we have, or negotiating better terms on leases, or whatever it is that we can try to keep our expenses down or reduce them, while also waiting for maybe a turnaround in our property assessment, so then that will increase our revenue, and then if that gets increased, then our BLF gets increased. So we've been trying to use Teeter as much as we can as a stopgap and basically a smoothing to help alleviate some of that cut.
And as you know, because many of you have been through it, the risk of using it and drawing it down too low, when you're out of funds, you're out of funds, and that is the bigger risk. We don't, up until this year is the highest amount of estimated revenue that the auditor controller has put into determined for this fund. Before, we were running around 800,000, then 900,000, then we were seeing $1 million. So it's really critical that to note that we are spending more than we expect to take in, so we continue to draw down the fund. But it is that $1.5 million is for long-needed technology purposes, and we have reduced the gap that we have had to cover with Teeter funds, allowing it to maintain at a higher level than we initially expected. We really, when we were looking at this a couple of years ago, we were looking at possibly if we didn't make the reductions that we had to make, draining this fund down to almost nothing.
And it's also important to understand that while we have the tax loss reserve, which is the balance that we need to hold the 1% to pay for the losses, there is a tax apportionment fund, which is where we actually pay all the taxes out. At any given time, that can be $5.5 million in the red. You don't see that. I get to see it. But it can be, $4-5+ million in the red, because you have to remember we're a Teeter County. That means I'm paying those taxes out regardless of whether we receive them or not. So this, from a countywide cash flow perspective, if I'm $5.5 in the red in that fund, that means our treasury is $5.5 million in the red for that particular allocation of funds. So I have to look to other sources to make up that difference. So if this balance is 8.6, I feel okay. Even if it's 7.4, I still feel okay. We still have 2 roughly red. When we start talking about draining it, when we were talking a couple years ago about taking, $3.7 million out of it, and then the following year maybe taking another $3 million out of it, I'm not feeling so good about that, because I still have to look at the potential that we really are going to be $5.5 million in the red, because I have to pay out those taxes to every county taxing jurisdiction. It doesn't matter if it's a fire district or a school district, it doesn't matter. I have to pay those funds out. So we when we start looking at that, and if we started seeing an increase in delinquencies, we'd have to make a decision if we want to be Teeter at all. So those are the things that I kind of have to weigh. So I always, say, well, $7.4 million is a lot of money, and if we had a larger reserve, then you can do whatever you want with Teeter. I don't really care. When we only have $2.4 million in reserve, and I have to figure out how we're going to deal with cash flow, I do look at Teeter as a potential cash flow.
So when's the last time you had to do that? Draw it out like that?
We have not. So we have, when we were going to have to use the $3.7 million, we luckily had some pretty significant salary savings. We had a lot of savings in insurance. So we didn't have to pull as much money that year as what we had originally anticipated we were going to. And that was a lot in part to departments being extremely liberal in what they were doing. You didn't see, people were making their own Post-it notes. So it was, through the really careful spending of departments, and departments went out and they looked at their contracts. Are they getting all of their, are they recouping their costs? Everyone started looking at their leases. Can we renegotiate these things? Everyone tried to do their part. And so when that started happening, we were able to kind of get a little bit of a turnaround, not to mention the fact that we were seeing our assessed valuation go up, which meant more revenue was going to start coming in.
And the one piece that Rebecca failed to mention was that departments took an 8 to 10% reduction in the general fund contribution. That helped us close that gap, and that helped us reduce the reliance on the teeter fund to close the budget gap.
That was for last year, 2014. When was that for?
14-15.
14-15? We saved $3.6 million by cost cutting in our departments.
Actually, it was, I have to go back fiscal years. When we were looking at the budget for mid-year in 13-14, we recognized that we were going, if we did nothing at all, we were going to end up going into recommended budget for 14-15 with an $8.2 million deficit. That meant our expenses were going to exceed what our projected revenue was for that year. As a result, but one of the things we also looked at mid-year in 12-13 was that we had substantial savings to the tune of about $900,000 from vacant unfilled positions. So at mid-year, the board agreed that we could take the salary savings for the first half of the year and sweep it into the cash carry, so we have a larger cash carry. We also, at that juncture, put out the budget instructions for the 14-15 asking departments to reduce their general fund contribution, and we kind of set a target goal for each department. And in doing so, most departments who had vacant positions were going, I'm not going to fill the vacant position if I just have to turn around and get rid of it later. So we then again had that compacted savings. And because we saved, with those reductions of, I think it was close to $2.8 million in cuts to the departments made, plus the $900,000 from the prior year, and plus putting in $3.7 million of federal funds, it closed the budget gap. But when we went to last year, we were able to close the budget gap with $1.8 million. So we've been reducing down the reliance on teeter and trying to bring our current year revenue and our current year expenditures more in line, so we're not relying on one-time funds, whether it's fund balance that's carried over or teeter funds to support the budget.
I seem to recall that there was some information disseminated that we were able to beat that $8.1 million budget deficit by the delayed opening of the jail. Does that have anything to do with this scenario you just said?
It would go towards, what it would mean would be it would go towards salary savings for the staffing of the jail, for instead of a full year, it was only the last 2 months of the year. There were all kinds of things that played into our ability to close that gap.
Okay, good. Good job.
So other things to be thinking about in the coming months are some outstanding issues or concerns that we have. And one of those are the state's adjustments to the sales and use and lieu tax, which kind of goes back to the triple flip that occurred in 2004.
So if you ever think or hear of the triple flip, it was like the most laughed about at my conferences shell game of money that local governments have probably ever seen. But luckily it's ending. So what the state did back in 2004 is they said, well, hey, we need to take out some bonds to pay for some debt, so we're going to reduce the 1% that local governments get by 0.25%. And everybody's like, oh, okay, yeah, that's okay. So then, but that's our discretionary money. We use that 1%. So even that 0.25%, even though we're not a huge sales tax base, that's still money to the local jurisdiction. So the state said, well, okay, well, you can take the property taxes that you get and just make up for that 0.25% loss. And the school said, well, wait a minute, because part of that property tax goes into our educational augmentation fund. So now we're kind of getting the shot. This is, okay, well, we'll backfill the ERAF so everybody gets their money. So you can tell total shell game. So that's ended. So what's going to occur is the state is unrolling the triple flip. They are for the we continue to have to put property taxes equal to that 0.25% into this separate fund so that ERAF gets all the money that so that everybody gets the money that they need. The state's going to continue to backfill that sales tax property or the sales and use tax in lieu, okay, back to the counties. But for 2 quarters, they have to do a catch up and an analysis of what they really owe us. So we don't really know when we're going to get the last 2 quarters of 15-16 for the unraveling of the triple flip. We could get it this fiscal year, but we might not get it until the beginning of 16-17. So there's still, I think since all this has been discussed, I think I've gotten 5 different memos with 5 different numbers on it. So I'm not really sure what it means. I would guess they promise that we're going to be left whole, that local jurisdictions will be made whole. But, I guess that depends on what that number ultimately ends up being. So we know that it's unraveling. The good news, it will make a lot more sense because when all this is unraveled, we will no longer get 0.75% of the 1%. We'll get the full 1% of property taxes, so it'll be easier for us to control that. And we won't have to do this whole movement of money and whatnot, but until it's fully unraveled, I'm not really sure. It could be $55,000 to $100,000 non-recovery for this fiscal year, but maybe not. We're just not totally sure. So stay tuned. I guess we'll figure it out when we figure it out, but that's just something to be aware of.
Sounds like you just described a Ponzi scheme.
Yeah. And the VLF piece that we received were also kind of a piece of that as well. That was the 3rd piece of the triple flip. So what other issues are affecting the county? Obviously the drought. It's increasing the fire danger, and we're keeping our fingers crossed that we make it through this year without a major forest fire or wildland fire. As mentioned, I think it was at the last board meeting, we're seeing a lot of dead and dying trees as a result of the drought and the bark beetle infestation. And what that means is if and when we have rain in or snow, it could cause those trees to come down on blocking roads, injuring citizens, causing havoc. If we don't get the rain or snow, then we're going to be continuing to face additional growth of dead and dying trees, and those can be expensive to remove. If we don't have the hydroelectric power that we would get from through Maloney's and through CPPA, we may end up with PG&E rates that will increase our electric rates, and we will have to adjust the budget at mid-year if we don't see significant rain and snowfall. And then there's been the issue of some wells. Fortunately, we're not as heavily impacted as some of our surrounding counties, especially Colony. However, if we have another year of sustained drought, we may be facing some of those very same issues. Again, we have ongoing space planning and remodeling needs of the old court space. We are getting ready to reissue the RFP in the next month. And basically, we're looking at the infrastructure needs above all else. And some of that has to do with the HVAC system and rerouting from the air handler down here because the one here that feeds the boardroom is pretty close to end of life. We still need to determine what we're going to do with the old sheriff's office and jail, and what we can do for future space needs, and what those are going to be required by each of our departments. We are beginning negotiations with all our bargaining units. All the contracts are up at the end of this calendar year. And so we have just now started negotiations. And Rebecca has talked in the past about some of the issues with the CalPERS increases and what's causing those, so I will let her talk to those.
I feel like I went years with CalPERS not changing anything, and then since I took office, it seems like they change something every single year. Basically, each year we've seen the CalPERS go back to their board and have their board make changes in their assumptions. If you recall, not that long ago, their discount rate that they included in all their actuaries was 7 3/4. And then they said, well, that's kind of a little high, so then they changed it to 7.5%. Really, what it means for local jurisdictions, it means our rates go up. Then they said, well, people are living longer. We didn't really think about that, so people are actually pulling out of the retirement system longer than they were paying in. So they went back to their board agreed, and so they've changed the mortality rate in the actuary, which means to local jurisdictions, our rates go up. They also changed how their investment assumptions go and how they're going to smooth it. Their board agreed, which basically means to local jurisdictions, our rates go up. So now the newest one is that they are going to build in, what did they call it? I forget what they called it. They had a fancy name for it. But anyway, it's going to mean our rates are going to go up. So what we've seen is that what PEPRA did, which is the Pension Reform Act, is really tried to push that non-members of PERS, so you're coming in, first time you've ever worked for a government, first time you've ever been a participant in PERS, you're theoretically going to pay your way. And that has not historically been the way that it was. So the theory is if you're brand new to PERS, you're going to be paying your way. The employer and the employee are splitting your cost to participate in that retirement system. And from day one to the last day you're working, you're paying what it's costing you into the system. And the employer is doing the same. We have this, as you know, we have a much larger pool that are classic members where they weren't necessarily paying their way. We weren't paying the true cost of what that employee cost into the system, and neither was the employee. So that's where this huge unfunded liability comes into play. So under PEPRA, there is more of an emphasis to pay off that unfunded liability. There's more of an emphasis to actually pay what the costs are associated with how much it's really going to cost to pull out of the system. And that has really caused some grief to local jurisdictions. So if I look at what we have our two contracts. We have the miscellaneous contract, and then we have the safety contract. So safety is police and fire. Miscellaneous is everybody else. So if I look at the miscellaneous rates, a couple years ago, I think the employer rate was 13% roughly. That is projected to be up over 20% in 5 years. That's a big jump. Safety has also been experiencing a pretty significant increase as well. The benefit that we have is that, if you recall, a couple years ago, I refunded the side fund, which was an expensive loan that we had through CalPERS when we negotiated the 3% at 50 tier for safety. So it was a good thing I did that at the time that I did, because now it's costing people that didn't do that a lot more at CalPERS. So that loan will be paid off June of 2018. So we still have 3 full years to pay on that loan, but once it's paid off, we're done, that's over. But if you look at what our safety rates are right now, is about 39%. By the end of that term, June of 2018, we're going to be up to 45%. and then we'll drop back down to 36%. So the refinancing the aside fund is actually going to help us in the long run, but we're still seeing significant jumps in safety. What it really means is we don't have control over those expenses. Those PERS rates are going to continue to go up to whatever CalPERS assumptions are for that particular year. And what we're also noticing is those classic members are retiring. And if they're retiring and they're no longer able to pay into that system, and we're no longer paying for them into the system, CalPERS can't just continue to increase our unfunded liability. What they'll do is increase our rates. And so if we don't, let's fast forward to when a majority of our employees are retired, and most of our employees are those new PEPRA members, those new CalPERS members, it's likely that we'll just end up having to cut checks to CalPERS. We'll probably just have to write lump sum checks to CalPERS because it's not going to be tied to payroll anymore. And that's exactly what we just saw for the safety rate. It's no longer necessarily tied to what the employees are making. It's tied to what we owe to CalPERS. And that's likely what's going to happen with our miscellaneous contracts as well. And these aren't small checks that we're writing. The first year for safety was 445. It goes up to 570 something. Within 5 years, it's nearly $1 million. That's above and beyond what else we have to pay them. So it's just bear in mind that CalPERS increases and their actuarial assumption changes. Every time they make a change, it's not necessarily saving us money. It's geared to pay off the unfunded liability, and it's geared to fully fund the plan. So that means we will be paying significantly more than what we're paying now. And that's just part of being in that program.
So obviously it's a concern as we go forward and plan for the future to make sure that we are taking that into account and planning accordingly and setting funding aside. Also, Rebecca talked about the fact that we have an aging workforce, that we have people that are close to retirement age, and as a result we need to do some succession planning. It's what do departments need so that they can take the people that they have in their office and make them our future leaders. And we just hired, as you know this morning, a new HR director, and that will be one of the things I will ask her to look at is what kind of leadership workshops, what kind of workshop programs leadership programs can we develop to assist departments with identifying those employees and then helping them to succeed in the future and move up through the system to replace the old timers like me.
Seasoned.
To take over as we go forward and to be our future leaders. Again, I mentioned the deferred capital maintenance and the fact that we need to set up a designated fund so that we can start building those funds to address those needs. Also, we'd like to bring to the board a policy to increase our general fund reserves. I think if we have a policy in place that we set aside a percentage of our fund equity balance at the end of each fiscal year, whether it's 1%, 2%, 5%, I will work with the auditor controller to come up with a reasonable number that won't hurt the county but will help the county, and it will build us the general fund reserves that we need for many reasons. When we hit the recession in 2007, 2008, the fact that we had so little in reserves really caused some serious reductions that we had to make within the departments. 2 years running, 17.5%. Of the third year, 10%. And that could have been mitigated somewhat if we had had sufficient reserves to help offset that, the loss of revenue. So requests that were not included in the final budget, there's only 2 of them. One of them is the one that was discussed briefly at recommended budget, and that is the dues for the Calaveras Amador Colony River Authority, or CAMRA. The county share was $8,658. I tried to contact through Mona Walker at the CCWD to see if she could provide me with any information whether they actually had a budget for the spending of the annual dues that totaled about $75,000. It didn't appear that there was any formal budget prepared. What was indicated to me was that a portion of it was to pay for a lobbyist for AB 142 that's related to the Wild and Scenic. And then a portion to unspecified water-related projects. The other request that is not included in final budget is for the Sheriff's Office. When they came to the board at recommended budget, they were asking for 4 patrol cars to do a 3-year lease purchase. The board approved 2 patrol cars. They would like the board to reconsider funding the other 2 patrol cars. The first year cost is $41,848, but that if you should decide to fund this, remember it will be a 3-year allocation of that amount because it is a lease purchase, 3 years. Also, if
Shirley,
includes,
excuse me, Shirley, is that $41,000 for 2 cars or?
That is $41,000 for 2 cars. It's the first year cost. So what you would be adding to the budget is the $41,848 for this year, but also for the next 2 years.
Okay.
Okay.
Times 2 for what we did before, correct?
That's correct. So they were approved 2 patrol cars that recommended budget. This would give them 2 more.
I'm a little confused. The $41,848 figure is for 2 patrol cars, first year cost.
First year cost of a 3-year lease. So it would be $41,848 for this year, for 15-16, and for 16-17 and 17-18.
And those are marked patrol units.
Yes, they were. Just want to mention that should you choose to include the additional appropriations, it will reduce contingencies to less than the 3%, which is inconsistent with Ford's principles, and that was the reason they were not included. So, conclusion. As I mentioned, the budget is balanced, utilizing, I hope it's not $978 million. Sorry. Wow. There was a number of people that double-checked this file for you. Let's just take that $1 million out of there. $778,000 in one-time cheater funds, and a little over $3 million in fund balance. Contingencies currently are budgeted at $1.2 million, which is equal to 3% of the general fund appropriations, which meets the board's goal of 3 to 4% of appropriations. Again, the general fund reserve is at $2.4 million, which is about 5.7% of appropriations, less than recommended. And again, I would like to bring forward a policy to find a way to increase that. Revenues are forecast to continue to grow slowly. We've had 2 good years with increases to the property tax rolls. However, I don't think we'll continue to see, or there's concerns that it may slow to a slower growth. We are seeing more building permits pulled and revenues there, so that is a good sign if we're seeing new construction, where before it seemed to be decks or garages or what have you. Known language costs are going to, quite possibly, are going to increase and outpace revenue growth. The audit controller talked about what PERS is going to do, plus, as I mentioned earlier, we are in negotiations with all bargaining units. So I think the adoption of the final budget will continue to move the county in the right direction. I think we still need to be very cautious in our spending and we try and project our revenues on the conservative side, because I can't think of anything worse than saying we're going to get more money in than we actually do. I think if we stay the course and don't add a lot of costs unless they have a funding source that is other than general funds, I think we will be continue to go down the right road. So my recommendation is that after the conclusion of budget hearings, the board can provide direction for adoption of the final budget, or typically what's called the adopted budget. But this sounds a little strange to say adopt the adopted budget as presented, and then direct the CAO to return to the board on the 22nd with the needed resolutions to implement the board's direction for final budget. I do want to thank the board for their leadership and their support this first year of doing the budget as CAO, and to establish the principles that we do and policies that we need to move forward with the budget and to serving the county citizens. I would really like to thank the department heads and their staffs. This really has been an exceptionally smooth budget process, and it's because of their cooperation, their assistance. They're willing to meet and talk and try and resolve the issues before we bring them to the board. And because of that, as you know, recommended budget went very quickly, and it really is, this budget is large, it's complicated, and without their support, it would be a much more difficult process than what we had this year, and it was incredibly smooth. To Rebecca, to her office for their support, to Leslie Davis, the assessor, and their office's support in giving us so much needed estimates on what the property tax we're going to be to do, and of course, most importantly, to the administrative office staff who work long hours, work hard to help put this all together. And that's it. Unless you have questions.
This intergovernmental state money, that was money that we didn't know we were going to get.
The intergovernmental state, are you talking the additional $117,000 that was added to final budget?
You're talking about the SB 90?
No. Then we've got a governmental state, 115,820.
115,820, that's actually a negative number. That's a loss of revenue, and that is for a couple of grants. It is for the Homeland Security grant. It's for the increase to the vehicle license fees that are part of that purple flip. The vehicle license fees go up, then property taxes go up. So that was offset by the reduction of nearly $350,000 loss of revenue for SB 90. So that's actually a reduction in the state intergovernmental revenues for the 15-16 budget. It's an increase on one side, it's a decrease on the other side. But that money that was there was what caused the fund equity balance to be larger than we expected at this school year.
Okay. So what programs or what debt would you see eligible for refinance?
Well, we just had a meeting about that. We try to meet once a year to try to look at everything, but our general obligation bonds, our certificates of participation, there's actually is it a CSD? Yeah. Saddle Creek CSD bond, which doesn't impact the county, but it impacts our taxpayers. There is, if we had any sort of longer-term capital leasing, we could always look at that, but they're so short-term, only 3 years. We don't generally look at those. But those are the types of refinancing that we look at. And really, the beneficiary of that is the taxpayer, because if we're able to find less costly routes, for instance, for the general obligation bond, that would reduce the amount that they need to pay on their property tax bill to the county in order for us to then pay off that debt. But in terms of the certificates of participation, that one actually would be a benefit to the county if we were able to figure out how to refinance that at a lower, because we're taking those tobacco settlement funds And so if we were able to refinance that particular particular debt, then we would be able to free up some of those tobacco settlement monies that would then be able to be used for other purposes.
And we recently, last week, we had a video conference call with Government Financial Strategies, who has helped us through the initial financing for both the general obligation bond and the certificates of participation, and went through the options of whether now is a good time to refinance or to wait. And it was the Treasurer Tax Collector, the Auditor Controller, and the Administrative Office participated in that call. And we all agreed that at this juncture in time, it does not make sense to refinance those, but we will look at it again a year from now.
Okay. On the Public Works capital purchases, I have some questions, especially since I've gotten to know quite a bit about IWM. There's a pretty good expenditure for purchasing, and I know enough about what's going on there now to. I don't question the activity that's being addressed. I'm just thinking at this stage and dealing with it, maybe this should be put out for bid and us not buy the capital items to do it. Because if you're talking, over $900,000 to purchase this, and plus with the tub grinder and the hauling truck, plus the other things, I'm seeing maybe 2 to 3 additional employees, and we've had a hard enough time getting staff out there. So I'm wondering if that would be a problem also, even if we did purchase it. I really would prefer not to buy this the first year at least. And maybe in a way that's sort of hedging the bet, but could we farm out the grinding? Could we farm out the hauling? Or put it out to bid, I think, is a better way to do it, and avoid spending this amount of money this year. Not take it out of the budget and not take what you're trying to do out of the plan.
The two issues that you raised in terms of, by the way, Jeff Grovitz, Public Works Department Director. These expenditures that you're talking about really are in support of establishing a real green waste processing program. And we currently farm out the activities that we utilize a tub grinder for. And those have typically been in the neighborhood of $50,000 to $75,000 a year for the grinding of the large trunks that come in, the logs that come in, for the treatment of those. My thinking on identifying a tub grinder out at the landfill and relocating our linear grinder that has been out at the landfill up to Red Hill would give us the ability to process the volumes of green waste we're taking in at both facilities. And obviously the purpose of the hauling equipment is so that we can control when we're hauling. We also have these hauling agreements under current contracts. The difference is that we generally will grind directly into the hauling vehicle. So we're paying wait time while we are filling it. If we own the vehicle, we're not paying the wait time. So the question then becomes is how long does it take to pay back, and do we have is the freedom to be able to haul when and where we want with our green waste advantageous to the total program. I've also been attempting to balance these expenditures against the potential savings in not sending green waste into the landfill itself, which for the most part dwarf these expenditures. I've been very successful the last couple of months at getting organizations, individuals, cogen plants to take our the clean processed green waste in for secondary uses and not directed into the landfill. I've got a number of streams now that are expressing interest in experimenting with our pine needles that we're generating and bringing down. So I feel like we're making progress, and this was a suggested plan, but again, whatever direction I get, that's the direction I'm going to go with.
Well, and I support that, Jeff, and I hope you know that because I've said that before. That's not what I'm concerned about. I guess I'm concerned that here's $900,000, and can we buy a year before we make this investment, and, on the hopes that times are going to continue to improve by putting it out to bid, because it's not just the capital purchase, it's also adding 3 employees at least to do this, maybe more. And as you and I both know, we've had 2 key positions available out there for over 2 years, and we haven't been able to find them. And I know a little bit about operating heavy equipment, and I've seen these tub grinders in action. I don't know what type of a specialist it takes to operate one of those babies, but I don't think it's just someone who's learned to, drive the basic heavy equipment that can do it.
Right.
Is my guess.
And the only thing I could talk about in terms of those positions and filling those positions is we were recently successful in our recruitment for a landfill maintenance worker 1 out there, and I believe we did extend an offer. Filling these 3 positions for a green waste program, which would be a full-time person at the Red Hill facility for the intake and segregation of the various flows that come in, with their 5th day a week being to help process the other 2, processing at Rock Creek and supporting the operations at Red Hill. Without those positions, what's been currently going on is the landfill workers who are either working our materials recycling facility or our landfill face, we're pulling them off those jobs, or we're understaffing those locations so that we can process and treat green waste. And so there is an ancillary impact to the entire program by not having dedicated staff, as it were, to handle our green waste. Looking over the last 5 to 8 years at what's been going on with the county's program, our green waste is going up, our diversion is going up. Those are both good news. The volumes going to the landfill are going down as long as we can adequately handle the green waste. By 2020, it's not going to be an issue. It's mandated legislatively that the green waste cannot go into the landfill. So this is coming whether we want it to or not. So I thought when I worked with staff and designed what we designed here, it was identifying our highest needs and the least expensive way to get to that position. Again, it can all be, somehow we can figure out a way to contract all of that out. My feeling is it might be more expensive, but I'm not positive yet. We still have a lot more work to do in the next 12 months. And as we gather our data and we know the actual costs, then we can start talking about recovery. And of course, you and I have discussed in detail that cost recovery may not always be 100%. You don't want to put the county roads becoming our landfills because people feel it's too expensive to take to a treatment or a transfer facility. So it's a matter of trying to keep everything within a reasonable range of operation and expense if we possibly can. And that's not to say that we don't have, in today's environment, that it's not maybe less expensive on the county to essentially take our green waste, chip it into a haulable thing, and haul it directly to other landfill facilities that are outside of the county. Right now, that may very well be a cheaper method for us to operate than what we're doing today, and that would be an intermediate approach.
Well, right now, the way, if I remember things that I've heard correctly, to dump a ton of garbage out there is costing us somewhere between $120 and $150 a ton.
I don't think it's quite that high, but
to drive it across the border to go to San Joaquin County, after I had a conversation with one of their supervisors, it's more like under $50 a ton. So I get concerns about spending a lot on capital investments until I have a feel that we're going to get to that stage. And that's what this, I mean, I'd be willing to gamble $300,000 as opposed to $900,000, $300,000 on a bid for people to do this for us this year, and have somebody truck it for us and operate it. And because it's not just the $900,000 for the public, for the capital investment, it's also 3 employees at, you know, another $250,000 or so. So you're talking $1 million.
Steve, can I interject?
Sure. Thanks for asking.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think that we're, you know, with the budget, and once you start pulling on the budget, it kind of connects to everything. And so you're getting into the point, I think, we're getting to the point where we're talking about policy decisions. And that might be best for another specific agenda item to discuss this. Maybe leave it in the budget, or take it out of the budget one way or another, and then bring it back in another agenda item to fully discuss this. Because I, for one, am not that familiar with what you're talking about, and so it's hard for me to say yay or nay unless I have more specifics behind the policy. So
how would we do that? I don't disagree with what Chris is saying, because it took me, I'm pretty confident with what I'm talking about, but it took me many months to get to this state. So I might be talking in a foreign language to somebody who hasn't been as close to it.
Well, he's budgeted for it, right? He's budgeted for what he's talking about.
He has budgeted for, it is included in his budget.
Right.
Many of these capital purchases are in excess of $50,000. He will have to come back to the board to award that to whoever he is. So it's not going to happen tomorrow or next week, or, you know, as soon as you approve the budget, he's going to go out and spend the money. Obviously, if there's concerns of the board, then that research as to what 1 year's hauling or contracting would be versus the actual price of the capital equipment can certainly be discussed with the board and can come back with that information. But leaving it in the budget so he doesn't have to come back is one methodology. Or you can pull it out, and every time he wants a capital purchase, he would have to come back to the board for that capital purchase.
Well, then that's cumbersome.
It is.
So, you know, I happen to I have a pretty good feel for what's going on at the landfill. I think that I don't disagree with his budget, and I think that maybe Steve and him get together and talk about the rest. But I don't want to take the budget away from him, because I know it's coming up in 2020, and so is that a way we can do that?
It is, definitely. I mean, if, as I said, this is a budget, this is a plan. I mean, we have had capital assets, we have had positions in budgets that haven't been filled right away. Obviously, the recruitment process takes a while. We have capital assets that were purchased in the current fiscal year. They were budgeted, and they were either rebudgeted the following year. It was determined that there was a better methodology to move forward with it. Because most of these capital equipment purchases are in excess of $50,000, Public Works would have to return to the board to award whoever is going to, whoever the vendor is that they will be purchasing it for. So there is time, and the board could say at that time, you know, we've had discussions, we've got additional information, or Jeff could come back to the board and say, you know, we did do research, it would be cheaper if we can do a year's hauling, we're not going to purchase these assets. And in fact, maybe at the year, we'd like to adjust our budget, remove the capital assets, and put it into professional and specialized services for contract.
So we have a lot of scenarios.
We do.
All right. So the bottom line is that he has something that's budgeted, and I don't think anybody here would disagree with that.
No, I don't.
And so, and there's, I know that there's a lot of I know that Jeff and his team has been working really hard I've been on trips with them. Steve has been on trips with them to come up with their methodology. And if there's new information out there, then I think that, we still keep the budget, and then Steve and Jeff gets together and settle that, and then we can just move forward. I don't want to hold anything up, because I know that the state is not going to wait for us in the future, and we have to be ready no matter which way we go. If Steve has some really great ideas that maybe he didn't talk to Jeff about, fantastic. I think they need to get together and do that. But I want to move forward with his budget and let them manage it.
And I agree with that. And I want to be real clear, it's not a lack of support for what he's trying to do. I'm on board 110%. It's looking at $1 million worth of taxpayer money.
And I believe some of those discussions occur in the solid waste committee and
Yeah,
I'll talk to him about it.
That's actually the time and place to do it. So, that'd be great.
There is a chunk of this change, as it were, that's going into Red Hill, so I can reopen it. Mm-hmm. Having gone through what I've gone through this spring, and then getting out there to find that I don't have a water system in support of treating and storing 10,000 potential cubic yards of green waste.
And having to close it.
And having to close it again, or having a flammable situation. Again, I am trying to clean up what I've inherited so that I can move ahead in a responsible and responsive fashion. So,
wouldn't think it would be any other way, Jeff.
And thanks for what you're doing. You're doing a heck of a job, and I don't want you to think anything different. Maybe it's me knowing so much more than I used to know that puts me in touch with this stuff. So
it is scary.
Yeah. Supervisor Ponte, any other comments?
Yeah. I would agree. I think it's in the budget and keep it there. I think for several years now, Public Works has been kind of low on the totem pole in regards to some of these projects, and it's obvious in this last year. As we took our tour, Red Hill is closed, and that's like the Highway 4 connection to our green waste, and it's caused quite a public relations problem for us, as well as not being able to handle the waste appropriately. And then touring Milton, out towards that area, and needing the support for not only the equipment is in dire shape, but the folks to be able to run the equipment. So, I'd like to see us go forward with this and keep it in the budget to maintain and carry forward with some of the programs that you have to deal with some of our issues there.
Well, and you have a possibility too with the straw bales. Gambia is attempting to do.
We have another number of opportunities that I've been working, and I've received a number of calls. Right now, I'm having a tough time providing the folks that are asking for the chipped wood waste and also for the pine needles that they're wanting to experiment with. I've diverted those out of our fill face, and they're almost gone from the spring.
Did I hear you have an air curtain burner thing?
We had the air curtain burner last year in the budget. I stopped that process because of the permitting requirements, having a very difficult time. Cal Fire is actually having a difficult time permitting it regionally. They want to do it correctly. They want to do it the safe way. And I've had a number of discussions with them as well. So I've left it in the budget for the next year so it didn't disappear. If it looks like this is a permittable piece of equipment, it is a method that we can use to treat and process the green waste.
Thanks for what you do.
Mr. Chairman?
Sir.
Comments? A couple of quick questions. Is this number of processes or projects that you put together, I know we budgeted for some equipment this year. Does it generate any revenue at all for the county if we put these items in place and these processes in place?
I would say directly no, unless you're considering the monies that we do not spend on the new landfill cells or in the use of our airspace. Mm-hmm. In the past, we haven't been counting our available permitted airspace in the landfill as a capital asset. We are starting to now do that. because it does have value, it does have cost, and it does have a commitment for 30 years after the last day we've closed it. So those costs are real, that value is real to us. So from my perspective, as I said, when I looked at this, for every cubic yard of green waste material that I can divert out of my landfill, not only do I meet or exceed my state mandatory requirements for diversion, but I'm also not using up that airspace on this type of an item that has another life outside of the landfill face. So that was kind of a long answer to a fairly simple question. I hope I touched on it.
A dollar saves, a dollar earned sometimes.
That's how I was looking at it. And there was just...
Is there any entity that you're aware of that is currently using a air curtain burner?
Yes, I know of two, with a third that's potentially coming online. There's a group out of Tuolumne County up by Pine Mountain Lake that have a trailer-mounted air curtain burner that they have been deploying since last November. And they are able to burn under permit from CAL FIRE every day except for a non-burn day. They're working hard to get permits to be able to burn on non-burn days. There's another one of these curtain burners up in the Tahoe region that's deployed and being burned, and the Big Trees Park has purchased one, but they did not use it. They haven't got it permitted yet, so they're not using it, and they actually have purchased some retrofit screening that's being installed on it. So that's
the permitting is obtainable.
Yes, it is. Is it obtainable that makes it reasonable for our use? Our season, our green waste season, tends to be February, March, up through the end of June. And if we have non-burn days toward the end of that season, we wouldn't be able to use our burner then. So, as I say, the air curtain burner, it's good technology. It works well. It doesn't process near the volume of waste that a tub grinder or linear chipper would. But it gives us another alternative, and it's also something that can be moved to a location and then deployed with some staff. And that also has advantage. The one thing that I'm trying to avoid is I'm trying to avoid moving the unprocessed green waste. It tends to be very expensive. I'm trying to get it processed so we can move it in an efficient and cost-effective manner.
Thank you, Mr. Close.
Do you have other questions?
I just have one more comment that, I know that you've been working on this really hard. I know Steve thinks about it like 28 hours a day because sometimes he uses it on me. And so, sometimes it's just good to get together and work and list the ideas, work them out. So, but really for me, that has to do with process. Right now, we're just talking about budget, and I have no problem at all funding what you're asking for as budget. And, that could change mid-year or whatever you guys decide it's going to be like. Great. If you could save more money, that's even greater. So,
hopefully you're buying snowplows soon. Hopefully snowplows.
Yeah.
I have a couple in this final budget.
I would share the majority of the board's position on this. But let it remain in the budget. Do more research, and with that extra education, make a decision to move forth with your purchases of your capital outlay items.
Okay.
No further questions. Thank you.
Any other questions, guys? Nope.
Rebecca, I have a question. When you mentioned that SB 90, and I saw the amount of $349, so that's what we received.
We just received it
from 2004.
June 20. Yeah, like at the very end of the fiscal year. So, this goes back to the triple flip where I'm not really sure if we're going to get it this year or next year. So the state will tell us, yes, you're definitely going to get it, but it's got to go through their process. So we didn't bank on getting that money
at all.
Okay.
And then, because we've been waiting on it since 2004, so,
Okay.
you know.
What time
might start
period
having
was
hope on that
this?
today.
Do you know what the time period offhand? Was this like 2000 to 2004?
It was pre-2004.
So everything prior
So
to
it goes,
2000?
they basically had a list of every mandate that was owed to us pre-2004.
Okay. So now, if we should receive anything, it's 2005 to
2004
current.
on.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Which normally, you know, we'll get a check here and there. It's usually enough to pay for our contract. It's usually enough to pay for the contract of filing the claims. So it's usually a wash. Sometimes we'll get a little bit more, and we're really excited when that happens. This was like the tooth fairy. And so we didn't really believe it until we actually got the check.
Okay.
How much was it for?
It was just under $350,000.
Bonus.
346.89.
And when we heard that it was coming, we heard that initially the state was going to send it out at the end of June. So we figured most likely by the time we got it, it would be July of the fiscal year. And that's why we tried to do it the way we did. And then got that.
So that's why the mood of the admin office changed suddenly.
Can we go back?
I must comment that in our CSAC meetings, prior to the state deciding to pony up pre-2004, that was a project they took very, very seriously. I think that CSAC is very instrumental to making that happen for the counties.
They absolutely were. I think they were just kind of horrified by the amount of money that the state owed local jurisdictions. And so for the state to require local entities to do more and more with frankly less funds, with promises that you're going to get paid for doing those mandated activities, and then in actuality you're not getting paid for them, was kind of a slap. So they've been extremely instrumental in making sure that that happened.
Okay. Any of you have any interest in going back to the requests? I'm still not finished yet. There was requests, camera, sheriff's office.
I'd like to hear from them.
Good afternoon, Jim Macedo, Sheriff's Office. You're going to have to forgive me. I've been feeling under the weather, so I'm going to try and get through this.
You look like you lost weight.
Sergeant Anthony Everhart here as well to answer some questions in case it falls through. I also have a personnel matter going on, so if I have to run out, my apologies. I can answer any questions relating to the vehicles or staffing or the intern or recruit programs.
And as a reminder, the intern and recruit are included in the budget that's recommended for adoption. The only thing that is not is the patrol cars.
Okay. So we have the 2 patrol cars at the issue up to this point?
Correct.
I'd like to hear from the board about that.
Well, I'd like to address that issue, having personal experience and knowledge of the difficulties we face for law enforcement in Calaveras County. I think to qualify any type of comment, we have to realize exactly what our beat restrictions are or our beat dimensions are. We have 4 current beats, I understand, Captain. Mm-hmm. A beat, which is the Valley Springs area, B beat, which is the Copperopolis area, West Point, which is our D beat area, and up in the Arnold Murphys area is our C beat. One of the problems that we face is the distance that we have to travel as a beat deputy in responding to calls on our beats or calls for cover for adjoining beats. That puts miles on the cars and wear and tear on the individuals. I only bring this up because I've personally experienced this. If you add factors into the account of our condition of our fleet, maybe you could take 2 seconds and tell us exactly where we stand with that.
Sure. Obviously, Calaveras County is rough on vehicles, specifically patrol vehicles, because of the types of roads they travel. I know during regular budget we put forth some numbers relating to numbers of patrol vehicles, and I know that there were some questions tied into how many patrol vehicles there were and the mileage, and I know there was a slide relating to that. We've updated that information, and we've also polled some of the surrounding counties. Just a couple of quick notes. Police Fleet Manager magazine recommends police vehicles cycle out between 75 and 100,000 miles. This is because the maintenance cost drastically increases as vehicles surpass 100,000 miles. The equipment that tends to require constant maintenance after 100,000 miles includes motors, transmissions, axles, and electrical components, which are obviously expensive. I believe Sergeant Everhart or Lieutenant Hewitt reached out to Tuolumne County. They replaced their patrol vehicles at 100,000 miles. They noted that they had very few over 100,000 miles, and they only kept them if they were in incredibly good shape. Amador County had no vehicles over 100,000 miles. They had one vehicle at over 90,000 miles, and that was currently being operated as a canine vehicle. That's because that vehicle isn't shared with anybody. When there's a dog in it, it tends to take on the dog's odor and a lot of hair, and most of the regular officers don't want to jump in there. Angels Camp has 11 vehicles in their fleet. Their highest mileage is 120,000. Their average is about 80,000. They rotate their vehicles out around 90. California Highway Patrol rotates their vehicles out between 90 and 120. Currently, their highest patrol vehicle mileage is only 20,000 because they just recently redid their fleet. Calaveras County Sheriff's Office, we have 19 patrol vehicles, 7 pool vehicles, 1 canine vehicle for a total of 27. 16 out of the 27 have in excess of 100,000 miles. 11 out of the 16 have in excess of 150, and 4 out of the 16 have over 200,000 miles. That's what's driving that number of 4 vehicles for request. We had the original request of 4. I think that's kind of an overview of, or an update and overview on our vehicles. The concern with not purchasing the extra 2 vehicles is we're going to have 2 more vehicles with 200,000 plus miles on the road for half the week, or half the month, or half the year, depending on how you want to look at it.
Thank you, Captain. Captain, what happens when we have an empty beat? We're unable to fill a beat due to manpower problems, sickness, vacation, unavailable patrol qualified deputies. How do we fill the requirements of the county?
We're left with a couple of options, one of which is overtime, holding somebody over, calling somebody in early, or bringing somebody in on their day off. We can also rotate staff out of detectives, although we don't do that because our detective division is incredibly busy right now. They're understaffed on their own. And when you pull somebody out of detectives, people don't get calls back and their cases don't get followed up on. What normally happens in an attempt to avoid overtime is we have one deputy assume 2 beats. 2 beats roughly represent half of the entire county, so our response times increase significantly. It takes much longer for us to not only respond but investigate crimes. We tend to not catch criminals as often because our response time is lengthy, and oftentimes when you're responding to a call, and it takes you a long time to get there, and while you're processing that scene or handling that call, you'll often get other calls, and sometimes it creates somewhat of a yo-yo effect. I can recall working patrol myself where you're in Copperopolis handling a call, you get sent to Arnold, only to get to Arnold and have to go back to Copperopolis again for another call. So it's not very efficient. Obviously that increases pressure on the vehicle because you're driving back and forth. Those vehicles are putting a lot more mileage. We've tried to utilize more overtime here recently because officer safety is becoming a bigger and bigger concern, not only nationally but even locally. We're finding that even though a lot of the crimes have been reduced, we're basically confronting a lot more folks that are armed or a little more combatant, whether it's verbally or physically. Our overall staffing situation right now is such that we're starting to push the limit on being unsafe by not staffing enough deputies. So we're really trying to avoid it, but we're biting the bullet and we're starting to increase overtime.
One more quick question on our vehicle situation. If our insurance program, our risk management program, I guess, could be run out of HR from now on. Is that correct?
It has always been run, risk management is always part of HR.
Okay. If we actually crash a vehicle, and it's our fault, I mean, driver error, whatever you want to call it, mechanical failure, what's our deductible on our insurance program on that?
It's $20,000, and HR is probably much more adept at answering this question, but I know we just did a replacement a couple of years ago. We had one that was our fault, one that was somebody else's fault, but it was $20,000 per vehicle. And that obviously doesn't pay for the total cost of replacement of the vehicle. That doesn't even really cover the upfitting, the equipment inside the vehicle.
So it's $20,000 deductible?
Correct.
Per incident?
Yes, and quite frankly, those are the only, sheriff's vehicles are the only vehicles that we have property insurance on. So that, yes, it's a high deductible, but any other department that has a vehicle that's totaled, it's 100% county cost.
Are we addressing just vehicle issues right now, or are we talking personnel? Just vehicles? Our fuel and oil budgets, I understand in our budget packet that we're reducing our 15-16 amounts to $297,000 compared to $411,000 budgeted for 14-15. Can you comment on that? I mean, I do recall we were in cost savings when I was working with the Sheriff's Department. We'd actually double up on cars just to save fuel.
We're still doing that during night shift. It really depends on the situation and what's going on in the county at that particular time. There's times where it benefits us to double up. There's times when it just does not. And that could change throughout the day depending on the level of calls for service, if we're actually, in the process of trying to apprehend individual or individuals. We have search warrants or a variety of other things that could be going on. With respect to our fuel, and I want to make sure I understand the question clearly, but our fuel situation, we've cut that over successive years in order to make budget. I think it's underfunded. It's one of those situations where I hope we're not back to ask for more money, but I think we might be. We're obviously, we don't know what's going to happen with fuel costs. The CAO's office did help by increasing where we had cut to. The problem is it's still not where we have been in the past. As you know, fuel fluctuates, throughout the year. I know it's been going down, and I hope that continues. But I really don't know, what the future is going to hold with fuel. I do know I'm not comfortable with the amount that it's budgeted, but we'll make the best of it.
And I committed to the Sheriff's Office that we would look at it at mid-year and determine what the needs are, and if we need to adjust it, that we would adjust it.
No questions I have. Okay.
Supervisor Oliveira, a few years ago, actually let me go a step back, several years ago the county had some tanks up here at the Public Works Yard, and we used to get our fuel there. And I know that there's been several discussions about replacing those tanks. I know there's a significant upfront cost to do that, but there is some savings that can be had with that. A full cost analysis, I don't know if it's ever been done or not, but the sheriff just mentioned that that may be a way or something for the county to look at in the future to save some fuel money.
Can I ask Public Works Director Kravitz a question? Do you have fuel storage tanks, above fuel storage tanks at your facility in Public Works? Okay.
Having been around 100 years, we used to have underground tanks up at the Public Works yard. Those were deemed that they had to be closed down. We could no longer use them. A few years ago, I want to say it was maybe 3 years ago, Public Works did look at the possibility of installing above-ground tanks that would be used not only by Public Works, but by all county employees. They thought they would be able to get some of the funding through a grant because they could tie some of it to transit or another funding. In the long run, they determined at that time it didn't pencil out. Now, whether it does in this day and age and the cost of installing that really isn't known, but it's something we can look at in the future, especially if gas prices continue to go up.
Question for Public Works Director Kravitz.
I'm the one that did the fuel tank thing years ago, and I recommended the county not to buy the fuel tanks because what happens, the EPA keeps outdating them and have to get new stuff. My solution was to rent the tanks from the gasoline company, and if they become outdated, they come back and change it. And it was a significant savings on diesel and gasoline for our vehicles by having these tanks put out somewhere. I wish we would have, I wasn't included in that thing, I wish we would have put it back to the sheriff department somewhere just for our use. And we would have saved a lot of money. And if the tanks go bad, they come and switch the tanks out. You rent the tanks and you buy the fuel. A real big reduced savings. I worked about 6 months on that project. It was a huge savings.
Yeah, that was my next question, Sheriff. Thank you. If we're spending $300,000 for fuel just for the Sheriff's Department, if we were able to have facilities to cover all of our fuel requirements for the county, would there be cost savings in an above-ground fuel storage system?
I don't know. I've never looked at it.
Okay.
So as Shirley was talking about, I think it was probably about 3 or 4 years ago, we actually did look at this as a potential capital improvement project, and it just didn't pencil out at the time. It just didn't. They looked at renting the tanks, they looked at buying the tanks, they looked at various vendors coming in, transportation costs of hauling the fuel in, having different types of fuel, different types of oil storage, and it just didn't pencil out. With the amount of the additional hazardous waste exposure and the liability, et cetera, it wasn't saving us enough money at that time. But as Shirley mentioned, it's probably always worth looking at every so many years, but at the time, it just didn't pencil out at all.
I never heard of renting the tanks before, right?
There was a private vendor that came by the sheriff's office.
I was involved with, I had a fleet of, I had 9 tanks that I was managing before, and we took them out because of the Veeder-Root system and the reporting. It's very labor intensive to every day get reports and have to be responsible for that. That's very time consuming and it costs money just for labor just to report this stuff out.
But gasoline came out of the county.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that just to have the tank on site, you have to hook a system up to the state that reports for leakage, moisture in the tank, all kinds of different things, and they have the Veeder-Root system, which I don't know if it's still a Veeder-Root system. Is it, Brian?
It's actually that would be an underground storage tanks, the USTs, and everything's absolutely correct. If you are going to do anything, you need to look at ASTs or above-ground storage tanks, and you need to do see the pencils out today, because it was kind of brought up. Rebecca said something about it as being hazardous materials that require secondary containment, but certainly the ASTs are the way to go today. The requirements for the ASTs are not as well. It's hard because most of your leaks on underground storage tanks are on the tanks. It's the piping. That's where you see most of it, or the dispensing unit itself tends to be where you get your greatest amount of leaks. So again, if the county is interested in pursuing this just as in terms of a study, certainly you'd be looking at ASTs, and that is the way to go. So Veeder-Root is definitely was associated with the underground storage tanks, and that is absolutely correct. Went from secondary coating onside the single wall tanks to double wall tanks to interstitial space, and it just went on from there. And so really the AST is the way to go.
Okay.
And that's what they looked at. They looked at the above-ground storage. They had to look at the security of the facility for those tanks. They looked at some sort of card lock system so that the whatever department would be charging that. They did look at, it was a pretty extensive review of what it would be. And some vendors will rent, for lack of a better word, the tanks, because then you're signing the airport actually did that. You're signing a contract with them that you're going to basically sole source the receipt of fuel for that particular vendor, and in return they're giving you the equipment.
So, I mean, then the sheriff might have a pretty good point. I mean, that might be something we at least look at. Especially if the fuel starts going up again. Right now, I think we're getting a bonus here. And actually, if you did it now and you got the contract in for a certain period of time, then you're going to get that. You're going to keep that price, right?
No.
So it goes up.
It was up, and that's what we looked at. That's what they looked at was where it wasn't penciling out was the additional capital cost that was going to have to occur to place those above ground, and they were not looking at enough volume in order to capture that savings that we thought we would.
So that was for us doing it, though. What about the renting?
That was inclusive of renting them.
Was that for the whole county or just the sheriff?
He looked at it for the whole county.
Whole county?
Including transit, olive roads.
Diesel and gas?
Diesel and gas.
Maybe with the rise in gas prices, we might want to take another look at that, see if there's any cost savings. I'm sure we didn't have that.
If you can get a vendor and, do an estimate, maybe it's a possibility.
I have some comments. So back to the slide. Request not included in the final budget. I'm personally not in favor of the camera in supporting that county share or anything along those lines. And on the sheriff's office, now I know at budget time we approved 2 cars. And what kind of cars were those?
You approved 4 total. There were 2 patrol cars, there were sedans, and then there were the 2 unmarked vehicles that were going with the extra radio infrastructure and telephone infrastructure.
Okay, so those are 4 that we put into the budget.
Correct.
And is the sheriff's department moving forward in acquiring those vehicles?
Yes, we are.
Okay, you mentioned some stats about the number of vehicles.
Correct.
Under 100,000. How many patrol vehicles are over 100,000 for Calaveras County? Because I'm assuming those other counties that were mentioned were patrol vehicles specifically.
Yes. $16.
So 16 patrol vehicles are over 100,000 miles.
Correct.
Okay, so we're replacing 2 of those currently.
Correct.
And 2 command vehicles, which are somewhat new to the fleet.
Yes, but those won't replace patrol vehicles.
Okay. So of the 41,848, does that include modifying these cars for patrol?
Yes.
So it's all inclusive?
Yes, I know there were some discussions about not including the upfitting cost, which is the stuff that goes inside, so that we weren't paying debt service on that.
Right.
And I don't honestly recall, as I sit here today, if we separated that out and we're paying for that, or if that was included in the amount. Because those costs have gone up, and we didn't want to pay debt service on that, but we may have had to, so I can't recall where we actually left that. I can make it.
So we're looking at about $10,000, $10,500, $11,000 a car.
No, it's 20 per car per year.
20, I'm sorry. Yes, 20. And then, but it's a 3-year program, so about $60,000 a car.
Correct.
Okay, and then we own them afterwards?
Correct.
All right, so it's not a particular lease where we turn them back in, or
That's correct.
Okay.
Miles do we, sorry.
Yeah, well, go ahead. That was my next question. On the average, how many miles a year is a patrol vehicle put on the average?
You know,
I mean, if we have 16 vehicles over 100 grand.
Yeah, let me say this because I don't have the yearly average, and I'm not sure if Sergeant Everhart does.
Okay.
I know on a graveyard shift, a low amount would be about 50 miles a night. A high amount would be up to 300 miles a night on a car.
Okay.
But again, it really depends on the calls for service, the size of the beat that particular person is working. So those miles can rack up really fast. What also factors into that is when we have a bunch of vehicles go down or accidents or some other anomaly, like when the budget happened, we didn't purchase any vehicles. We had a smaller fleet, so the mileage went up. Years ago, we looked at this problem because we had a different vehicle program, and those vehicles were just beat. I mean, they were completely thrashed within, a matter of months. So that's why we kind of changed our vehicle program. And I know the deputies started taking care of them a lot better when we changed that program, too. They weren't beat on so much. And also, it depends on what beat you work. Some of the beats are smaller, have less calls. You travel on rougher roads. So do you have an average?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I'm Sergeant Anthony Everett. Per our sheriff mechanic, our vehicles average 25 to 30,000 miles per year.
Okay.
Obviously, as our numbers get down and the deputies have to carry 2 beats versus 1, your mileage goes up.
Right. So,
How does that happen, Sergeant?
Since January, it's been consistent. On average, we're running at the minimum staffing level of 3, not the recommended of 4.
2 deputies and a sergeant, or?
No, it's addition to. So it'd be 3 patrol deputies and a sergeant.
So you have an AD beat, and a BC beat, and a rover?
And a rover.
And he would share time between both sides of the county?
That's correct. So if we have something that's serious that needs a minimum of 2, typically we try to do some math and try to move one side halfway just in case if we had to respond. If not, he could still be respective and have a decent response time back to his respective county, or beats, sorry.
Thank you, sir.
what kind of patrol cars are these? Are they SUVs or?
I believe on this purchase, and I'm not quite sure if it happens to.
They're the police interceptor sedans. We bought last year the insurance vehicles were the four-wheel drive expeditions. These are the sedan police interceptor, small sedans.
Better on gas.
Is there any idea about where this additional money would come from? Okay.
It would come out of the contingencies. Funding either or both of these would reduce your contingencies.
Okay. Which, if we did any of those things on that slide, we would fall below the 3%.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
It must be quick about a teeter.
No.
I'd like to quickly address Supervisor Oliveira. You asked a question about short staffing, and Sergeant Everhart answered since January. That means we haven't had a full shift since January. We're only running 3, and they did break down what the result of that was and why that was happening and what was going on. A lot of that was related to people leaving the agency for a variety of reasons. And I could go into that a little deeper if you're interested.
I'm always interested in that.
So A beat, which is our busiest beat, which we did the Valley Springs area, which we do not leave empty because it's too busy. But the person that was assigned a day shift, they're left to the Stockton Police Department. The C beat Arnold area deputy for a day shift had been out for an extended period of time due to a non-work related illness. The D beat areas, the Supervisor Wright's district, the resident post resigned to seek private employment. The night shift on that same squad, the D beat deputy and and Supervisor Wright, he is on extended absence due to a non-work related injury. The Arnold area deputy was on a long-term military deployment. For the only other squad we have, which is the other half of the department, the Arnold area position was vacant due to a long-term military deployment. The DV Supervisor Wright's district left for employment with the Elk Grove Police Department. So that what that means is, roughly half of both shifts of both squads are gone. So when we say we're running on a skeleton crew, people are trying to fill in and handle calls, members of the administration, other units, detectives as they're traveling to and from cases, they try and fill in. But as I mentioned before, we have those contracts and we're obligated to those contracts to bring in revenue. So if we pull somebody out of a contract position and assign them to a vacant patrol beat, we don't bring the revenue in for that day, and it causes us to be off balance in our budget come the end of the fiscal year. And the real reason Sergeant Everhart's here, other than knowing the vehicles much better than I do, he also tends to know the patrol schedule much better than I do, as does Lieutenant Hewitt. And their offices are right by mine, and they're in a constant state of juggling all day and all night. Because every time one person calls in sick, has training, court, gets injured, it not only affects that person's shift, but we're actually having to pull somebody from somewhere else. So you're constantly trying to, kind of relate to, the trickle-down effect of all those problems. And therein is the problem when you're staffed to a bare minimum, and then you lose people beyond that. You're not able to take care of your basic needs, and it affects other staff, other supervisory staff, scheduling staff, the fleet, being where it is also affects that when a car goes down. So it's just, it's been a long 6 months staffing-wise and vehicle and equipment-wise. I do think we have a little bit of a plan moving forward with respect to the recruit and internship position, but we're currently down nine positions on patrol, and we need to fill those. And there's no guarantee that if we fill those people are going to survive the training program or probation. We've recently lost some folks out of there. But the answer is to not fill those positions or not grant those positions. Those positions are desperately needed. And anyway, with that said, we're very supportive and appreciative of the recruit and intern positions, but those are not going to make up for all the positions we lost over the last several years during the recession. We still need to build our way out of managing by crisis mode, and that's kind of the point I'd like to close with. When I listen to Sergeant Everhart and Lieutenant Hewitt, that's what they're doing. You're in a constant state of crisis trying to manage staff and equipment because you're understaffed, under budgeted, and under-equipped. And so it just leads to a lot of other chaos and a lot of time where we're spending time cleaning up problems instead of doing what we're supposed to be doing.
But you do have the positions.
We do have.
They're just not filled. This
Correct.
board has funded positions. They're just not filled.
Correct.
Okay. So the recruitment and the internship program and all of those are helped to feed into a more permanent deputy. Meanwhile, you still have recruitment issues with finding people to fill those positions, is what I'm hearing.
Correct.
Okay.
There's some other issues going on relating to the hiring freeze that are extending that out, that are causing some additional staff work.
What hiring freeze?
All that's required is to complete the justification, and quite frankly, the administrative office signs off on it. And it's only to ensure that the positions that are being requested to be filled are funded. Because HR is in a separate building, they are not heavily involved at the moment in the budget process. So instead of constantly having to call and ensure that a position is funded, by just having them fill out the exemption from hiring freeze, it allows me to double check, or someone in our office to double check that is in fact a funded position that goes right over to HR for recruiting.
So is it your perception that there's a hiring freeze?
Well, there is still a hiring freeze.
Okay. But it's filling out the paperwork and being able to move forward?
Right, and it is filling any position that is funded. It's just, the only reason we asked to leave it in place was because we're still concerned that we are only filling positions that are actually funded, and we have a methodology to check against that in our office that HR does not have.
So approving the final budget today, will that open it up to make it a little easier in that regards?
Again, it's just a piece of paper to fill out, come over, sign off. We double check that that the position is funded and we move it along. I don't think it really, the most delay would be if I wasn't available to talk about it, is a day or so.
Captain, if I want to become a Calaveras County Deputy Sheriff, and I put an application in to HR, what's the next move and how long will it take?
Well, the next move is, an oral interview process, which generally, I think they're leaving the recruitment open for about 2 weeks. And once there's a pool large enough to do an oral, then we do an oral board. If you pass the oral board, generally speaking, you're handed a background application that day, personal history statement, and you're given 2 weeks to return that. We try and incentivize those employees to bring them back earlier so we can get started on them earlier, but they're not required to. Once they turn the background packet in, it's assigned to a background investigator. And I'm going to stop there for a moment because I want to talk about backgrounds real quick. And I know I've addressed the board about this before, but Sergeant Everhart, who manages our fleet, is on our SWAT team, is our administrative sergeant, our FTO sergeant, also does backgrounds. And that's the way a lot of our staff is. They wear a lot of hats. So when they're doing one task, such as a background, generally speaking, there's another task that's not being done. And I say that because our background investigators have been inundated over the last couple of years. We did look at going out and contracting out for those services, but they're expensive. Quite frankly, it costs a lot more to contract out for a background investigator than it is to do it in-house. But once the background is started, it really depends on the applicant as far as how long it takes. Some of them can be disqualified just upon review of the personal history statement. Sometimes it takes a couple of months. Once the background process is completed, and during that background process, generally speaking, towards the end, there's a voice stress test that's done. And during that background, there's also a financial background, kind of separate but semi-related. The voice stress test is completed. If both the background and the voice stress test come out okay, we then move them forward to a psychological exam. Takes about a week, sometimes up to 2 weeks, depending on, could take a little bit longer to get a psychological appointment and exam done. Once that's completed, then HR will allow us to schedule the medical. And sometimes that has been an issue with HR that I've let them address. They've had some problems with the medical provider with the county. I know they've looked at switching medical providers. I'm not sure where they were at, but there was definitely some frustration there, both on and HR's. I do want to make it clear, though, this was not HR's fault. It's just the provider they were using wasn't being very accommodating in so much as time getting those appointments sped up. And so when you look at all of that, it really lengthens things out when you add 2 weeks upon 2 weeks. And with all due respect to the term hiring freeze and the process of paperwork, this is probably something I should talk with Shirley about in private. It is cumbersome. There is a delay when we have a position leave. A member of our staff does have to do a request to fill and submit that to HR. Submit that to the CAO's office. They have to sign off on it before it goes to HR, who then has to sign off on it and open up the recruitment or, open up the position number so we can fill it. I know it seems kind of matter of fact that it's signing off, but it does appear to be a little bit of unnecessary work for our staff internally, extra paperwork that does take up to a half hour probably by the time they complete it, get it signed off, and take it down to the other building to get taken care of. So all of those little things, when you actually sit and watch the hiring process go through, it's lengthy. It's incredibly lengthy. It's lengthy because of the nature of our business to begin with, but the county does have some processes that aren't, exactly expedient. And so, it could take up to 6 months. I think the quickest we've gotten somebody done start to finish has probably been 2.5 months.
We lost a position due to just that delay. Just to that delays, we lost applicants. We tried giving one fellow conditional, and prior to giving the conditional, he accepted a position with Stockton Police Department. And he was a local kid from the county, and he chose to work for Stockton just because of that delay.
He'll be back.
Sergeant, let's talk about that. We have how many sworn personnel slots on this department? I'm sorry, what was the number?
Roughly 55.
55? How many of those are assigned to patrol?
We have roughly 20. With the vacancies, it's kind of hard to off.
How many are assigned to patrol your slots?
I want to say roughly 24.
24, and we're missing 9 of those slots open, right? Is that,
Well,
is that
currently
what
on
was
patrol,
said?
we have 17, 18 right now is what we're bouncing on patrol.
Okay.
On average.
So we have a ways to go just to get up to where we're being safe. How's the morale of our people?
Well, I don't want to speak for them.
I understand.
can tell you the delay of going around.
Make some observations for me. You're a trained person.
I'm at my desk calling people roughly at least 2-3 times a week, asking them to come in and try to backfill a shift. Obviously, a lot of them have family, a lot of them live out of the area, and it's, they're more than willing to step up to help out, their brother in blue, so to speak. At the same time, it is a commute in, it is an extra day. It's one less day that they don't have to enjoy with their family.
Are guys tired?
Guys are tired.
Sometimes the OT is not that important then.
OT is not everything.
Are we experiencing some more officer safety issues due to what's happening around this country?
I think if you look at just use of force in the county, I think it's gone up. I'm also familiar with some claims and everything else. It just goes along with the business.
Well, let's talk about that. How many internal affairs complaints have we got over the last 90 days?
I'm not prepared to answer this.
Okay. Is that a factor due to fatigue? Could it be an officer performance?
It could be.
Does that make our guys jittery?
It could.
Does that suffer the county and then actually maybe internal affairs complaints or injuries to our citizens or injuries to our deputies?
I think when you ask for somebody to go up above and beyond what they've already worked for the week, I think all those factors can play a valuable part.
We're in trouble, aren't we? Captain, Sheriff?
I'm pretty confident with the staff that we have. We go to work with a smile on our face, and we try to give the citizens the best care and the best service that we possibly can. It's a whole as a department.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Regarding things, yes. I get a lot of complaints from the public, a lot of them, and I deal with most of them. A couple of them I'll give to the lieutenants or the captains to deal with. It takes a lot of calls and such, and they're frustrated. The public is frustrated. I know. I just heard from a group of people at Murphy's. They're sick of the 40-minute response times and that type of thing. And what do you tell them? What do you tell them? They got enough people, and they want to know why. Well, what do you tell them? So, for the most part, people that complain because it took too long to get there, or they didn't feel that the cop was in a nice smile on his face or whatever, because he's running around like a chicken with his head cut off, trying to keep up. Basically, I can talk to them, and if need be, have them, or they come in. They want to come in and talk to me. And I do that. And most time, you just let them vent a little bit and such, and I tell them the situation I'm in. I have no control over it, and that's pretty much it. And it even goes as far as with the citizen complaint forms, if it goes on and on and on. I'd say, well, you're welcome to go down the stairs and fill out a complaint form. And most of them don't. Some do. And not real big deals, but they're just upset. They upset calling 911. It takes forever for somebody to get there. And some people want them there right away. Some people understand, and that kind of thing. So that is a big problem I have, but I've been taking with stride because that's my position, and I handle most of them. And it's sad. Yeah, it's very sad. I think we got behind a couple of years ago, and then with the it wasn't because of Shirley, but our past CEO who was running around, the sky was falling, and telling them they're going to lay a bunch of people and stuff. It scared a lot of these young folks away. They said, they're leaving. They didn't want to see the layoffs, and they left. And what the sad part about it all is that this county does not know how much money we put into a deputy, either he or she, in 2.5, 3 years. You finally get them off the ground. You finally get them where they're not rookies anymore. They're a little seasoned, and they leave. A lot of them leave for better, more pay, and and you wonder sometimes. Yeah, they may go to the valley or something because they get quite a bit more money. They're getting $10,000 signing bonuses and everything else. We can't offer that, and but they don't realize that the cost of living is that much higher. So, what is the cure? I don't know. But we're out to recruiting like crazy, but then again, so is everybody else. And everybody's looking for deputies and cops right now. It's just, it's one of those things where the big trend was to lay off firemen, teachers, and cops as a political scapegoat. And now everybody's upset, up in arms, crime is going up, and everything going on. Now they all want cops back. So now everybody's trying to recruit cops. And there isn't that many cops come out of the cabinet like it used to be. It's getting to the point where being a young person and picking law enforcement as a profession, it's not that great anymore. So anyways, we've done it before. Hopefully we'll get some good viable candidates. I don't like just to pick any candidate, put a warm seat in the car. I like to have somebody that's worth their while and somebody that's going to stay here. That's why I think this recruitment program is great, but it takes a long time because you have to go through the academy. So I wish I had more of those to put through, but right now that's all we have. So we do the best we can.
Thank you. So I'd just like to say that all the dealings I've had with any of your deputies, they've always been great.
No, I mean, I get compliments all the time from the public that, they showed up, they did this, they did that, and they've done a great job, and this and that. But something that it used to be, I know when I was working here as a deputy, I grabbed up every piece of overtime because we were so poorly paid then. I grabbed up every piece of overtime I could get and worked it. Nowadays, if they got a Saturday off and they want to spend their family, they don't want to work overtime. It's just a different...
I've watched a couple of them work,
just a different...
long days.
Just a different thing. They're working 12-hour shifts as it is. They want a time off with their family and stuff, and it's different. This whole generation is a little different. You got to adjust to them.
All right. Okay. So, should we get back to the slide? Any other comments? No? Chris? Okay. All right, so my comments are camera. I would like to fund camera. And it isn't just about lobbyists. It's about protecting our water rights for the county. And I think that's really important, especially now. So, I believe that the 2 patrol cars, I personally would like to fund them if possible. Even if it's 3 or 4 months from now, but at least get them. So, that's just my 2 cents. And I don't see anything else up there, right?
Nope, those are the 2 items.
That would be really great if we could just do our budget, get her done.
So then we would fall under the 3% board policy.
Well, really? Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. Our own board policy.
It would take you under, slightly under 3%.
Like 2.98?
I think it was between 2.8 and 2.9. Because you increase your appropriations and you reduce your contingency, which...
But you know what we do? We get to have a deputy get to his site or her site safer, and we're improving the fuel efficiency of that vehicle, because the older vehicles are eating up more fuel and they're not as safe, and they're eating up more maintenance. So
it's up to the board.
That's the way I feel about it. So camera, yes for me, and the vehicles, yes.
I'm going to make this short and sweet. Sheriff's office needs these 2 patrol cars. I'm in favor for it. I think the government needs to do whatever it can to make this happen. And I'm in favor of Calaveras, Amador, Macomb River Authority dues.
I do have a question on the camera, because I disagree with a lot of the policy decisions that goes through that, but I do believe in having a regional, at least a semi-regional, Amador Calaveras body that exists, and so I'm definitely in support of continuing, but I know that, most dues that we pay, usually the agency has some kind of budget. So.
Well, they haven't for a long time. We haven't paid anything for how many years?
But I can't remember the last time that we paid.
Well, they just reinstated the budget. They reinstated the dues.
Right, but what you're saying is pretend like that was not from the Columbia River Water Authority. It was something else, right? And they came to you and they said, we would like you to pony up $8,000. And you're, well, what are you going to do with the money? Mm-hmm. And they're like, well, we're going to do some stuff. It's all going to be good. We're going to protect the whatever. So I'm just saying that's
maybe it was some wise.
Yeah, that's what. There's no budget up there. So I would support that if they could come up with a budget and bring it back to us to do.
We wouldn't let anybody else get away with that.
I'm we have a budget.
Do we ask for a budget for CSAC?
CSAC, we're not paying $8,000.
We're paying dues.
$658.
But there is a budget for CSAC.
Yeah, they have a whole big giant.
It's very well published and on their website.
Okay.
Along with RCRC.
But I think fundamentally, you probably agree they should have a budget, right?
Sure. Their budget is to protect our water rights.
Well, that's not their budget. That's their mission.
That's exactly what they do.
But what are they going to spend that money on? They're going to spend it on consultants.
Well, we don't know what's going to come up from the state. Right?
Well, right, but there's no plan for that money?
Guess we'll find out.
Well, that's not very conservative of you.
Well, yes, it is very conservative of me.
Conservative of you.
Well, I'm pretty darn conservative.
Not when it comes to spending money on something you don't know about budgeting.
So much tomatoes growing.
I
haven't said anything, so I'll
budget
just try to make this easy.
Most important.
I'll support both of those. The camera, I voted against it when it came before us the other time initially, but I have checked a bit into it, and I think we need to be represented on there. They haven't had a budget in the past. If they made a budget now, they wouldn't know what they had to make it on. I agree they ought to get their act together on that, and I think Cliff is the primary and I'm the secondary, so one of us will probably say, hey, we ponied up, so it's time you guys got your act together and work with it. And that's our duty to do that. The sheriff's office, I've ridden in some of their old cars. They need the cars. And I want to believe that our contingencies are going to be fed by a better economy. So I do think that money's going to come. I know you can't count chickens before they're in the hen house, as my grandma used to say, but I think that we will hit our 3% contingency, and we can still give them 2 more cars. I know what they're riding around in, and I have concerns for their safety.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that there's the direction from 3 board members to include the 2 patrol cars and to include the dues for camera in the final budget when it comes back to you on the 22nd.
Yes.
Well, can we have a contingency there that, there's some type of official, because I don't think, if we're giving money away, that we should have a track of, I know it's only $8,000, but still, should be some type of, tracking of that money, right? So we know next year when we come back here, there was a where does it go? I don't know.
And I would imagine that your representatives from the board that serve
bring one back the next time I come back.
the information.
And this is not the first time. If we'll all think back just a bit ago, the JPA 12 board asked us for an increase over the year before. I did not know why. I have an appointment in September finally with their executive director, and I'll bring back why. And I guess the onus is on Cliff and then myself. And I've got it on my calendar to go to the next camera meeting to say, hey, you know, we kind of stepped out for you and stuck up for the dues. Now tell us what we're going to do with it.
Yeah.
And I think that's perfectly reasonable for you to ask that, Chris. That sounds good.
I'll support both of you. Although I do have to say that on the sheriff's cars, I mean, you're looking at the end of 3 years is, you know, we're already going to be getting close to 100,000 miles.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
That's the cost of doing business. So
I know we gotta like probably put it in a long-term plan to replace, you know, X amount of sheriff cars every, you know, year, and just on a rotating basis, so we have it in the budget.
But you know,
and that's what we used to do. The first part we used to do 5 new vehicles every year on a lease, 3-year or 5-year lease purchase. I don't remember which. So we can look at that. Again, you know, we've been constrained by the budget and the available funds that we have. And as we start seeing additional revenues come in, we can look at those needs, not only for the sheriff's office, but for other departments as well.
So, you know, one thing that I'd like to say about that, the only way that we're going to be able to increase our revenue in the county is by making that possible. And we spend a lot of money on litigation, on cost of litigation fees, predominantly protecting ourselves. And some of it has to do with our outdated ordinances and that sort of thing. How much money have we spent in the past 3 months or 4 months just on one project well, even the asphalt plant, for instance? How much have we spent on that? So I think that it would behoove us to be a little bit more proactive on trying to run some of the stuff down before it gets to that point where it starts getting challenged all the time and we become a little bit more business friendly. Not that we're business unfriendly in many cases, but we should be able to hit some of the stuff off at the pass without getting into it like we have been. So that could be extra revenue for us right there. A lot of extra revenue. So I don't know how the rest of the board feels about that, but I see a lot of nothing against Megan's office, but I see a lot of lawyer work on things that probably, you know, that maybe we shouldn't have to go through, and something to consider.
Not sure what that means. What are you going to do?
Well, things like earlier today when it was brought up to streamline the permitting process. I mean, things like that need to be looked at. Make it maybe a complete code review. That somebody needs to start from the top of our codes and go to the end. Some of them are archaic, and we're seeing right now one that's causing chaos. And we updated, at least got it going today to update one. And that's just, I mean, the mortgage foreclosure, I didn't invent that wheel. That came from other places. So how many other things are in our county code that really need to be looked at? And that is the sort of thing that can streamline your permitting process also.
The problem you have that, I mean, I absolutely agree. In fact, it's one of the things I talked about when I first came into office. And, you know, because you look at some of the building codes out there are really restricted for personal use that don't need to be that way, as one example. But the biggest problem you have is that you're trying to basically change a wheel on a moving tire, a moving car, you know. And so you have to have the staff time to be able to review all those codes. And then the public also has their, you know, their hearing too. So just trying to make those changes It's not easy. Is a very challenging thing. It may end up taking more staff time and more money in order to do it. And we might get bogged down in trying to do that. So it's just, there are no easy solutions to being more business friendly.
Well, so sometimes we just have to take the bull by the horns. And a year ago, the integrated waste task force had never met, and we convened it, and now I can argue with the public works director, not quite at his level, but it's getting frightening that I can get there. But and it's the same thing with the code. Somebody's going to have to grab the bull by the horn, so to speak, and start to go through one by one. So it sounds like it's a good thing for you to do at these last moments. Get a committee together and start going through it.
It's a really good idea. Yeah, I'm right there with you. I'll have staff work with me on it.
I encourage it.
See what Megan's doing in the next 6 months.
So, or we could just keep doing what we're doing, hoping that, we'll trickle it in for the next year. But, there's things that we can do to make it, and it may not be a complete overhaul. Let's just pick on the low-hanging fruit, and see if we can't move forward.
And that could be. We brought up another code change today. It was how you pay county supervisors. That's a code change. And, if you start tweaking little things as they come, we all just start grabbing things that look like they need done. And all of a sudden, you're best friends with county council.
So I made through the chair. We spent 2 hours and 40 minutes on this subject. Can we take some public comment on this particular final budget item?
Sure. Do I have public comment?
Good afternoon, House of Gallup Taxpayer Association. I want to thank our administration for an excellent presentation and our auditor controller. We got some wonderful people in this county, but the Taxpayer Association believes that the highest priority that you have is law enforcement. The reason why law enforcement is so important is because that is the final protection of everything else, your rights to life, liberty, and property. There will be no business-friendly county if people are not safe and secure. And so, if it is truly the highest priority, we should be focusing more on that. It should have a higher budget. That doesn't mean we don't monitor what they're doing, and we can also ask them for statistics on response times. There's a lot of basic things that'll show a management picture of how a department is running. Also, statistics on crime. We need to look at that as well. How are we doing? Are we catching the bad guys or not? These are really basic things, but whether we have those statistics or not, it doesn't detract from the important thing that law enforcement needs complete support from our county, be the number one priority. And then, of course, following that would be Megan. We don't want to put her on part-time. Now, the Taxpayer Association is doing what it can to support local law enforcement. We started a program of excellence in public service, start this year, and we'll continue that. Nationwide, we have a problem. It's an ideological problem. And this is an ideological movement that is creating the view to hate local law enforcement. And the reasons for this are totally unjustified. They're taking cases where a grand jury has completely absolved the local law enforcement for doing wrong. In fact, the police were doing the right thing. They're protecting the public. Yet they're attacked. And then the irresponsible parts of the media, which could be the majority of it, is going along with this. So now we have a thing going on that we're supposed to hate the police. We've got slogans out there. Black Lives Matter is one of them. And there's some other ones too. So we need to have exposure of that ideological movement completely. so the public can understand what's behind this. And it's not protecting black people or anything like that. Another concern is what can be done that's not being done now to help our local law enforcement. And maybe some sort of brainstorming. I know we got some really intelligent people. We imagine or see a problem in processing paperwork for new employees, for new patrolmen. Maybe something can be done to streamline that. And maybe there could be a way of getting feedback to management from the people in the streets, from our patrolmen, as to how they see things. I'm not talking through their unions. I'm talking about their own observations that could be helpful in detecting problems and solving them. So the Taxpayer Association is completely supportive of our local law enforcement. I urge you to put them as number one priority and to do what need to be done to help them. Thank you.
My name is Peter from General. I like to listen to what people wasn't brought up. One of them is, I don't know if it's just maybe I was sleeping and I missed it, but I noticed that both this organization and CCW have a problem. Does the public have any assets in real estate in this county? Was that listed in here? Did I miss it? Do we have money in real estate? Is that property, is that an asset or is it a liability? That's one of my questions. Dues and assessment from these different organizations. I don't care if non-profit stakeholders or whoever they are. Okay? I appreciate you folks going to those meetings, but I sure don't get much of a report of what they can place. So we can really appreciate the folks involved in it. I have a bug of my you-know-what for CSEC. Okay, totally. When was the last time? Agenda, our decisions were made, final decision, and so on. And we record it. I'm fortunate enough to get into CSEC by another supervisor from another county. And I don't like what I see, but that's nice, okay? You have common problems and etc. Is that committee decisions? Was it voted on? Who voted what way? CSEC, as far as dues goes to different organizations. Now, and I'd like to point out something else. I got no beef with the cops, okay? Because the last time I've seen any kind of issues of what was top need for the community, and I do talk to a couple of people once in a while. The cops, the fire, and the roads. Okay? The smelt is in the way on the bottom, if there's any. Now, something a little bit more closer to my heart. I know there's a big load, emotional, physical, psychological, and financial load to public works, and it's really not fair. CSA 1. All five of you have been volunteered. You volunteered. Your staff told you had to do it. You didn't campaign for it. You didn't request it. They would do it. You are stuck with it. Okay? When was the last time you've seen any kind of report on CSA 1, folks? When was it any time ever presented to you? When was the last time that you seen there was a conflict of interest or Brown Act or anything at all? And that is almost half of your special district money in here. It's despicable as far as I'm concerned. Maybe I'm biased. And from now on, because of that, you folks are going to be notified. CSA 1. Instead of trying to deal with administration, and you'll see how much it cost benefit to those folks in the 5th District, and maybe you can be informed of the money you're getting from the state for roads. How much went to the 5th District, okay? Go along, get along, did not help prior board of supervisors any form or matter. There were little issues by implementing, voting for it, implementing, and after that not doing anything about it. All those ex-supervisors are on their own in the private industry. Back again. Good luck. Over half of your special district when it comes to road, all the amount of money, and it's where did the money go to? I think they need to be. Where did all the records go? So, there's my pick. Please, I'm all for supporting, not just the cops. You got another problem. The first responders, those fire districts, are in bad shape, folks. Very bad shape. So, please, consider those little minor items. And I don't see, how much money you folks have invested in real estate? Is that an asset or a liability? Thank you.
Any other public comments? Okay. So, do we take a motion on this?
Just as
No, actually, you just have to post the budget hearing and direct CAO to bring back the resolutions on the 22nd.
All right, so I'm going to close the public hearing on for our budget and direct staff to return on September 22nd, 2015 with the final budget resolution. Okay? And we're going to take a 15-minute break. Okay. Let's reconvene, and we're just to item 20 on the agenda, board members' announcements. Who would like to start?
I'll start.
Okay.
So I attended the Sierra Nevada Conservancy quarterly meeting in Paradise, California, which is fun. An overused joke. I did use it once with one of the local supervisors there. He told me that was overused. So
Paradise?
Yeah, Paradise. Because you go, it's great to be here in Paradise. And you say, yeah, that's overused. Sorry. And so it was a good meeting, though. The fascinating thing about Paradise is about like the Paradise and the surrounding communities, around 40,000 people or so, completely on septic. Didn't know that, and pretty shocking to know.
Chico?
Yeah, out there, yeah, that's Paradise. Yeah. That was my reaction too. Like, it's on septic? Wow. So that was kind of the most interesting tidbit for that trip. And the Sierra Nevada Conservancy, they, as part of the board meeting, working on a new strategic plan, and the focus, I think, will be most beneficial to Calaveras County and my district is the watershed improvement plan they're working on, and hopefully be able to get some funds in there to do some forest restoration work, some watershed improvement work through the Sierra Nevada Conservancy to Calaveras County. So that, I think, is promising. Also attended the First Five meeting, attended the Fish and Game meeting. We discussed as part of it, they're going to do an annual report. They're going to come back probably in January to give that report to us. And they're also going to discuss the county tracker and why they think that's an important position to maintain as a county-funded position. And they'll have folks on hand to answer any questions that the board may have regarding that position. And I also attended a mental health board advisory meeting. And that's about it.
Okay.
I went to an American Legion picnic a few days ago, where they presented the boys' state and girls' state winners. It was a lot of fun. Supervisor Edson was there also. Really enjoyed talking with some of the young people. Very good candidates, and it was a great evening. I also had a meeting with Cody Naylor, from the Public Utilities Commission. The reason why I bring that up, he had a pamphlet which I've already given mine away, but I've ordered a bunch more, and when I get them, I'll share them. It outlines a lot of the programs, some of which I knew were available for people who are, maybe having a hard time with their income, which of course is a lot of seniors, which I'm involved with those issues. But what I also bring it up to, if you haven't met with Cody and you'd like his contact info, I've got it right here. It's a good investment of time to sit down with him. He gives you a quick presentation, and I really appreciated him opening my eyes to some of the things that are available. There is coming up on 9/11, which obviously is a day no one forgets. There is a memoriam at 6 o'clock at the Genuine Veterans Memorial Park in Valley Springs that I believe the American Legion is the host, and I will be there at that same night. There's also over in the Terra Shopping Center a Valley Springs Area Business Association mixer. I'll try to be at the end of that also and support them. One thing I'd really like to ask, and this isn't a whole lot of notice, but I'm going to try to tell you why. On our night meeting, which I think is the 29th of September,
Right.
I put quite a bit of effort into working with our CSA 1 Road Committee, and I'm really proud of where they were and where they are. Have a great group of people. And I guess the word's gotten out because some of the other CSA people are contacting them to find out how they've gotten going in the right direction. And so what I would really like to see on that evening is that we take a workshop effect, and all the CSA people are invited here. So because they were talking about getting all the heads together, and a lot of them aren't very aware of the Brown Act and things of that nature. So I thought if we invited them here, they can all come if they want. And maybe a little bit of the Brown Act could be imparted to them. How to read and react to some of the figures that are being given to them. Because on our, we have a lot of figures from the past that my chair just has put a tremendous amount of time in, but sometimes they don't all make sense. So if somebody is there to help explain what they're all looking at, and expectations on work that they're asking to be done. The CSA 1 Road Committee has, as you can see in the budget, if you saw it at all, a fair amount of money that they ask for work to be done, and it's not getting done. So maybe if somebody explains to them, well, like when I asked Jeff, he said, well, I haven't looked into it, but my guess is right now we're working in the high country, and we come back and the weather's not so severe to do ours. And I think if we explain that to all of them, because there are several of those committees here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 committees, and it is involving almost $1.5 million that county has to deal with, and a lot of it's in CSA 1. So I'm almost asking this as much for the other groups as much as my own, because mine I think we've worked with a lot. So if we can, I know sometimes it takes a while to get things on the agenda, but the night committee might be better because of working people, etc., that could come to this, and I really do think it's important.
Well, we can make contact with
Steve Hollenbeek. He oversees all the CSAs and
Right,
public works.
I know.
Maybe have him bring something forward.
Well, and that's why if we request it, maybe he can come and adjust his schedule to come in here, because if I just make him come and talk to only my group, then it's a professional billing and it adds up real quick. So yeah, Steve Hollenbeek and someone who can help them understand these numbers a little bit they're seeing, because honestly, I don't even understand some of them.
Do we know for sure that the other CSAs would be interested in attending? Because you don't want to, we can extend the invitation to see what the interest is before we put the effort and work into it to make sure that you're going to have members or participants from the 7 different committees.
I can't tell you all because I don't really feel like it was my place to start contacting other supervisors groups, so I didn't do that. If you can do that fairly promptly and get a contact with them, maybe you can get a feel for it.
We will make contact with Public Works tomorrow and with Steve and see if he can contact the 7 different CSAs and see if there is a wide enough interest to attend a meeting on the 29th.
I appreciate that. I didn't want my chair to be put in the position of starting to train the others, and then, they need to have some official thoughts on their own actions.
Well, you know what? This is an ongoing, we hear about it from time to time anyhow, and I think it's a really good idea to just kind of get it out of the way.
Yeah, and we just want to make sure that they're available and they're willing to come. A night meeting may be very well the best time to do it. But like I said, being the short notice for the other CSAs, let us do the research and make sure that we will have at least a majority of them here.
Appreciate that. I know 21 days isn't a long time in governmental circles.
It's a blink of an eye.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Hi,
I don't know if I'm ever done, but you can go ahead.
Thank you.
I'm finished.
Very good. On the 26th of August, I accompanied Supervisor Edson and visited Congressman McClintock in his office in Roseville. I'll let Supervisor Edson fill you in on the details on that. The 29th, I attended the CCTP, the Calaveras County Taxpayers Barbecue Annual Fundraiser. There I did make presentations to Deputy Wade Whitney, I believe Sergeant Deputy Wade Whitney, on behalf of CCTP, which Calaveras Taxpayers Association, and made another presentation on behalf to Joel Metzger. On the 1st, I attended a meeting with one of the constituents in our Public Works Department, meeting with Peter Maurer, discussing this issue that the constituent was very concerned about. We were able to at least address that and get the ball rolling on that. On the 2nd, I attended the EPOC meeting, the Evans Pass Property Owners Association, and discussed with all the Homeowners Association representatives several issues, that being our green waste program or lack thereof, and our Red Hill opening. More importantly, we did have a chance to discuss a bark beetle program that I was made aware of through Public Works last Friday. I understand we're applying through Public Works for some grant time labor to clean up either the bark beetle situation and or the right-of-way situations that need to be cleaned. We'll know more about that after we speak back with Mr. Kravitz. On that same evening, I attended a COG meeting. I was going to attend on behalf of Supervisor Kearney, and much to my surprise, and I noticed that he had made it. So I was part of the audience that night, so got to observe how the board works, how COG works, from the other side of the banister there. Let's see. I did attend the White Pines Logging Jamboree. I actually participated at the request of the White Pines Museum and Park folks, emceeing the logging jamboree itself. I tell you, that was a great event. I understand that was the largest event they've had in its existence over 20 years. The place was just jammed. The competitors put on a great show. It was a great day. I'm glad I was able to do that.
That's about it. Okay. Debbie?
Okay, I too attended a COG meeting, and at the COG meeting, focus of the agenda there was on the wagon trail. I'm looking at funding for finishing up the environmental review, doing some determining the route and looking at construction. And basically with the state and our federal partners and the funding being very limited, just kind of strategized a bit about putting funding out further in the future, a year or two, in regards to right-of-way acquisition and funding for construction. Meanwhile, we're wrapping up and getting ready to make public the environmental report and have public review, and waiting for a date, end of September, most likely October for that.
Finally,
Yeah, so that's been a process. So that's at the COG, and we'll have that on our agenda shortly too, and taking a look at our two members, one being a you might say permanent and the other alternate member, coming before the board here. Our permanent member needs to have our blessing as he represents the West Point area, and to have a balance, or ensure we have a balance, it needs this board's approval, since we already have another public member that represents that area. In addition to that, we're looking at moving the time of COG into a late afternoon meeting, primarily because of transit issues and darkness on the campus, and it seems like everybody who attends COG, afternoon meeting would be better suited. So that has to come before this board. I believe they told me it was on the perhaps end of September's agenda for our review. Okay, thank you. The 22nd. I too met Cody Naylor and heard all about services, looking forward to brochures and having that available. Attended the IHSS meeting, in which the IHSS Advisory Committee would like to ask our IHSS board to have an agenda item for the board, IHSS board, to hear, perhaps at the end of October, November. They like to kind of give an annual review of their work, their accomplishments, and also have kind of a, you might say, educational presentation to make as well. So I have a letter here to share to see if that can be accommodated. Attended the, let's see here, Poker Flat Homeowner Association. Its annual meeting was held, and this past Saturday, and Sheriff Kuntz and I were the speakers. In addition, we also heard from Tridam and the water lake flow water levels, always a concern for Lake Tolek. They're from Maloney's. Basically, right now, the Bureau of Reclamation is putting out a schedule on almost a week-to-week basis, almost a daily schedule of drop-down of water from Maloney's into Tolek, about 6 inches a day. I don't know what that equates to in regards to the amount of water, but that's what we're seeing dropping at Maloney's, kind of a pass-through to Tolek onto the farming region below. And it does have to do with stream conditions and those kinds of things. But right now there's a lot of speculation about, is the lake going to be, Lake Tolek, drawn down to a river-like status? It's really hard to tell. Everything right now is almost on a day-to-day schedule, and that was shared with the folks there at Lake Tolek. A while ago, I had asked Building Department, I used to enjoy the construction activity report to see where construction was in our various districts, so I'm happy to see that our building director has been able to get this out again with help of his staff, and seeing construction activity on the increase. New construction was good, but what was really very interesting was the addition kind of component to the residential. So I'm assuming a lot of add-ons and decks and repair and those kinds of things. So very interesting report, and appreciate having that again. Part of IHSS, we also talked about there is the opportunity to educate more people about our transportation opportunities, transport activities for our seniors and those in need through IHSS. And so we're going to have a forum of sorts where Calaveras Transit, Common Grounds, and the Volunteer Center will be coming and making a presentation to the IHSS meeting or advisory committee to help further educate about what opportunities there are, which brought in line to a group of folks having a Calaveras Fit and Safe Senior Expo, and that's October 15th across the roadway here at the Senior Center from 11 to 2, and I've been asked to share that with the board and encourage board members to attend. Along the lines of Public Works, Red Hill continues to be closed. Public Works, with today's support to move ahead on a final budget and hear it on the 22nd meeting, looking at reopening Red Hill. Red Hill has been cleared of the debris, you might say. The waste that was there has been taken care of, but there definitely needs to be work there in regards to their water source. It's almost non-existent, and of course equipment to come in and do the job properly so we can maintain that site. So if everything goes as how our Public Works Director would like to see it go, he is looking at reopening the Red Hill site towards the end of fall, which is much needed, as we have really nothing along Highway 4, public, you might say, to where people can bring their waste. So it's causing people to have to drive down to the Milton area to take care of any green waste, which is a burden on folks, and especially if you're used to having it so close, it's difficult. So that's kind of in the works there. I understand too that the board received an invite to judge the Mark Twain Medical Center Employee Gingerbread Making Contest on December 17th. And I just wanted to know, since all of us got the invite, that I'm not able to attend, but I guess there are other board members who have responded. So we either have our 2 or 3 board members attending that particular event. And that's all I have at the moment. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, one more thing, if I could, please. The Calaveras County 2014 crop report is out. Very interesting document. It's also posted. 2014 was a challenging year, primarily because of the drought. So far, numbers are looking to be about even for 2015. But our wine grape yield was down 20% in the year 2014, and our cattle and calves were our leading commodity for Calaveras County. And it looks like those trends are continuing for 2015. And walnuts continue to have a strong showing in Calaveras County, and our olive orchard yields are down. So kind of interesting, and I encourage anybody who has an interest in this to be able to go online to the Calaveras County website and read more about the crop report.
Yeah, the walnuts, that's just kind of amazing.
Well, they certainly are planting where their county line on 26.
Yeah, well, like up in West Point, there's hundreds of acres of walnuts.
I was going to say, actually, in West Point, they're the best walnuts. I understand that Diamond, they're top quality walnuts grown in the West Point area. I heard that the other day.
Cooler temperature?
I guess. I just heard that walnuts, they were primo in the West Point area. I won't tell you the landowner who has that recognition, but they're known for their primo walnuts.
They're also known for blueberries. They have a very nice blueberry farm up there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so on the 24th, I had a Calaveras Has Talent meeting to prepare for the 29th, which was at Frogtown. 25th, went to the Calaveras Community Engagement meeting at the high school. That's involving, the high school, Calaveras High School has a website the kids can go on to, the students go on to, and businesses. And the students create a profile for themselves, and whatever businesses sign up on that website to provide some type of interaction, whether it be volunteer activities for the students. It's a good place to meet because the students go on there, they look up the opportunities, they go out, they do it, they call up the business owner or the like the senior center, or we use some of them at Calaveras Has Talent. they put in their time, they go back, they report that, and on the website, and then when they're a senior, they get to print it out, and then they have a record of all of their community engagement time, which can be transferred into their application for college and things like that. So it's kind of a pretty cool program that we're trying to expand a little bit. 25th was I can't even read my own writing. How about that? Okay. Oh, Trent Herring. There was a fundraiser for this young man out of Calaveras High who got a tumor in his brain, and basically he lost his ability to pretty much do anything. And so they had a fundraiser for him. In 4 hours, they raised about $7,000. And it was at Eddie's Grill in Valley Springs. Eddie's Grill provided the spaghetti dinner, basically, and the place. Everybody got involved. There was lots of people bringing in chairs and tables, and I offered bottles of water, and I almost felt like I was in competition to bring bottles of water because everybody else was bringing bottles of water too. So it was pretty fun. But anyhow, this young man, I texted him just a couple of days before that, and he was just getting out of UC Davis. And he was starting to get his functions back, and last I heard, he was out playing catch. So pretty amazing. Very happy for him and his family. This is a very expensive ordeal for them because of the medical expenses and things like that. So we're happy to help them with that. 26th, I went to meet with Congressman McClintock, basically to try to get some support for the watershed management program, and we discussed that pretty much at length, and he's very willing to support it. So I was happy to hear about that. 29th, 28th, Mike and I met with Chuck Wynn, who's the board chair for Calaveras County Supervisors, San Joaquin County Supervisors, and to discuss the watershed program with him, and he also liked it, and so he's going to invite me to his board to present it to them for support. The 29th was Saturday. Calaveras Has Talent. That was at the fairgrounds. It was a long day, but it was a great show. We had over 300 people show up. There's a lot of great talent there. I performed, and about halfway through my song, I forgot the words. So I just sat there for a second until I remembered, to move on. And I didn't move on to the next level, but there was 12 great acts that did. It was really fun, and a beautiful place. It was really fun. On the 1st, met with Larry Cope at the Hubbard Building, and to talk about a strategy for a business incubator plan through the Chamber of Commerce. Also met with, was that the same day? I met with Brian Moss there, and with a CASP certified inspector to go through the place just to kind of see how it stands. And the results were pretty favorable. So, it could actually turn out to where we may have a chance at this thing.
What did you say, Cliff? A CASP?
CASP.
ADA specialist.
ADA specialist.
Okay.
Because the building's sitting there empty right now, and it could be useful if we can make it useful. If it's not too much of a liability as far as ADA goes. So the chamber has a leadership team, and they're interested in doing a business plan for a business incubator style of a program, which could help promote small businesses. September 1st also went to the American Legion dinner that Steve was talking about with the young people that went to Boys and Girls State. Very nice. There was 3 of them there. Very nice young people. And to go through that and basically Boys State, what it does is it teaches them about the responsibilities of government and how government works, and it puts them in a position where they have to play certain roles and things like that for a whole week, and so they get up there and they learn a little bit differently on what we deal with, right? Mm-hmm. Then on the we had the agenda review, same day, huh? Oh, and then I went and met with Calaveras Enterprise the same day, and just discussed just basic news and reporting, and they were very happy to accommodate. Met with Cody, and he was busy on the second, wasn't he?
Right.
He met with you too, Shirley.
Yes, he did.
Jesus. Yeah, he was. We talked about a few things. One of my main interests was communication within the county, and I know Steve was on exactly the same track actually, because we talked about it in our discussion with him, and if it's possible, we'd like to find a way to get some funding for towers that we could use for like for the sheriff and our communications, and maybe be a little bit creative with them and offer up better communications for the public as well. And then we had on the 4th we had RCD. Last Friday we had an RCD meeting at the library that Bob Dean hosted, and that turned out fairly well. And that's about it. So, Shirley?
I have nothing. I did meet with Cody Naylor as well. Both Brian Moss and I did. Very interesting man. Other than that, I have nothing.
I did not meet with
You are one of the few. You were one of the few that didn't.
I got the notes.
So Cody is from the CUPC. Right?
Public Utilities.
Yeah.
California Public Utilities.
Yeah, and he was real interested in, what we could do for improvements up here. The one thing I did complain about was the cell phone service in the very flattest areas of the county, like in the Valley Springs, right? Or up like on the way up to Murphy's is fine, and as soon as you hit that hill, it's gone. You're done. And, and that's those are the main thoroughways in our county. You would think that if the AT&Ts of the world and the Comcast of the world, Sprint's, Verizon's. Well, if you look on their maps of coverage, it shows that they cover those areas, and there's no coverage of those areas.
I
Right.
There's an application by Verizon for a tower located in
Yeah, in West Point. They put one in West Point too.
Oh, good. All right, that's all I have. Anybody else? Karen?
Nope.
All right. So we're finished for the day. Adjourned.